Chapter 493. Not long after, Wolf King's eyes that had been closed for half a year finally opened. It glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others in confusion. Suddenly, as if it had thought of something, it jumped up and said angrily, "Did you catch that mysterious war sect?" "Mysterious war sect?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. "Tell me! Don't tell me you guys didn't catch him? You guys are really trash. It seems that without Brother Wolf, you guys can't do anything. Brother Wolf has to do it himself." Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with disdain. "Ugh!" The few of them were stunned. After being unconscious for so long, this bastard still hadn't changed at all. However, seeing that Wolf King had woken up, everyone present was overjoyed. Fatso pursed his lips and said, "Who said that without you, we can't do anything? Don't be so narcissistic, okay?" "What do you mean?" Wolf King was stunned. "The mysterious war sect has been caught a long time ago. And it's been half a year since you were unconscious." Qin Feiyang laughed. "What? Half a year?" Wolf King's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, half a year." Lu Hong nodded. "Damn, didn't I just have a dream? How did it take so long?" Wolf King still found it hard to accept. "What dream? Could it be that you dreamed of finding a female wolf and giving birth to a litter of wolf cubs?" Fatso laughed wretchedly. "Scram!" Wolf King glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Has it really been half a year?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Wolf King said, "Then who is this mysterious war sect?" Qin Feiyang said, "Zhao He, one of the 10 commanders under the Mansion Master, is currently locked up in prison." "Prison?" Wolf King stared blankly and asked in confusion, "Why didn't you just kill him?" Qin Feiyang said, "The manor head wants to use him to lure out that mysterious person." "Bastard, you almost killed Lord Wolf. Let's go to the prison and let him have a taste of my holy water," Wolf King said angrily, his whole body emitting a fierce aura. Fatso chuckled. "I'm afraid he won't be able to taste your holy water now." "Why?" Wolf King was suspicious. Fatso said, "Because we are not in the spiritual state right now." "Where is it?" Wolf King was puzzled. "The great canyon beneath the ruins." Fatso smiled. Wolf King's eyes trembled as he asked in bewilderment, "What are you doing here?" "Of course it's to save you." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it and told it everything that had happened during this period of time in detail. His speech lasted for an hour. After listening, Wolf King glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others with a dull expression, his eyes filled with tears. He didn't expect so many things to happen in the past 6 months. And all of this was just to help him repair his sea of consciousness. Fatso said with a sneaky smile, "Are you touched? But if you want to thank us, you have to show some sincerity." Wolf King lowered his head and quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. But Qin Feiyang and the others were not blind, so they naturally saw it, but they pretended not to see it. Then, Wolf King raised his head and said angrily, "Who said I want to thank you? I was injured because I had to delay Zhao He. Without my efforts, would you have been able to catch him? So, saving me is what you should do. And you have to thank me." "That," Wolf King said righteously. His eyes turned and looked at the cluster of flames. He chuckled and said, "This flame, I will accept it." As soon as he finished, it suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth, and bit towards the flame. "Bastard!" Fatso and the pangolin immediately pounced forward and directly pushed Wolf King to the ground. The pangolin said angrily, "Ruffian wolf, you can't take this thing for yourself." Fatso said, "That's right, this is a life-saving treasure. If you dare to take it for yourself, don't blame us for fighting with our lives." "Heh. Brother was just joking, why did you take it so seriously?" Wolf King laughed embarrassedly. "Only a ghost would believe that." Fatso rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "All right, stop messing around." Fatso and the pangolin immediately released Wolf King and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Although we have experienced a lot of danger during this period of time, fortunately, everyone is fine. White-eyed Wolf's sea of consciousness has also been repaired. It can be considered a happy ending. And Shwe, don't worry about it. Continue to cultivate. Fatso, White-eyed Wolf, and I will think of a way. Qin Feiyang said. In. Luo Qianxue and the others nodded, then sat in a corner and closed their eyes to cultivate. Only Fatso and Wolf King did not leave. When it came to serious matters, Fatso also stopped joking and said worriedly, "Boss, the holy monkey is guarding outside. I'm afraid it's harder than ascending to the heavens to leave the canyon." Qin Feiyang said, "There's nothing we can do, we can't really be trapped here for the rest of our lives." Wolf King said, "Go out and talk to it?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I've already talked to it, it's impossible." Wolf King said angrily, "Damn it, when I step into the War Saint realm, the first thing I will do is kill it. That will have to wait until you step into the War Saint realm." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This was simply an unrealistic idea. The two men and one wolf racked their brains but could not think of a way to escape. Boom! But suddenly, there was a violent crashing sound outside. Following closely, the entire mountain trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. The holy monkey in the stone room was also surprised. "Damn monkey, your grandpa Qin is outside, come out and kill me if you have the ability." At this moment, a clamorous shout exploded above the mountain peak like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. How did he get out? The holy monkey was stunned for a moment, then became furious. He got up, opened the secret door, and ran out of the cave. Swish! After the holy monkey left, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King also appeared out of thin air. "Little Qin Z, what's going on? Why does that voice that claims to be Grandpa Qin sound the same as yours?" Wolf King said in surprise. "I don't know either. But this is a good opportunity to escape." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His eyes flashed slightly, and he turned into a stream of light and quickly escaped from the stone room. The secret door was closing automatically. Seeing that Wolf King was still pondering in the stone room, Qin Feiyang said anxiously, "Don't think about it, let's go." Whoosh! Wolf King ran out of the stone room like a wisp of smoke. The moment it ran out, the secret door closed with a bang. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel scared. If the white-eyed wolf delayed any longer, it would definitely be trapped inside. At that time, it would be like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if it had wings. "Let's go!" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned to rush out of the cave. The Wolf King jumped onto his shoulder and cautiously scanned the area ahead. "Where are you going?" The holy monkey's roar was deafening. Wolf King said in surprise, "There really is another Qin Feiyang. Who is impersonating him? Let's go out and see." Qin Feiyang whispered and restrained his aura to the extreme. Wolf King also restrained his aura. At this time, he could not be blocked again. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a dream to escape. In short, this was his only chance. Whoosh! After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang finally rushed out of the cave. He immediately looked up and saw a white figure in the sky, fleeing toward the black storm. The holy monkey was chasing from behind, and its fierce aura shook all directions. "Damn monkey, follow me if you have the guts." The white figure looked back at the holy monkey, and then slipped into the storm and disappeared without a trace. The holy monkey was mad. Its battle aura swept across the sky and bombarded the storm. "It's really me." Qin Feiyang was stunned. That person's appearance, figure, and clothes were exactly the same as him. It was as if they were cast from the same mold. "Let's run now!" Wolf King yelled in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he decisively entered the ancient castle. "Why aren't you running?" Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, "The holy monkey is up there. No matter which direction we run in, it will detect us." Wolf King said, "Then won't we be trapped if we stay here? As long as we leave the cave, we will find a chance to leave. There's no hurry. You should go and cultivate. I will take care of the rest." Qin Feiyang said. Before he met the holy monkey, he felt that with his current combat strength, although he was not the top master in the spiritual state, he could protect himself. But now that he saw the power of the holy monkey, he realized that the spiritual state was not as simple as it seemed. In addition to the holy monkey, there were many more powerful existences lurking. So, increasing his strength was the top priority. Wolf King did not refute. He took out a pile of battle chi pills and began to take a nap. Outside, the holy monkey stopped attacking randomly and stood in the void, coldly looking at the black storm. Damn monkey, why don't you dare to come in? Then why are you still so arrogant? Qin Feiyang's voice came from the storm again. It was erratic and difficult to pinpoint his exact location. The holy monkey said angrily, "Come out if you dare! Don't worry. When I become a battle saint, I will come and settle this with you. As for now, I won't accompany you. If you have the ability to leave here, you can find me in the state capital. Don't send me off." The voice sounded again, but then it died down. "Asshole, I will kill you sooner or later," the saint monkey roared. Its voice was like a great bell that shook the surroundings. It was filled with a shocking viciousness. After 100 breaths, the holy monkey saw that the voice did not come again. With a murderous glint in its eyes, it turned around and dashed toward the cave. "That person is not Qin Feiyang. The real Qin Feiyang is beside the cave. Guard there and don't give him a chance to escape." But at this moment, the mysterious voice that had appeared twice sounded in the holy monkey's mind again. "Huh!" The holy monkey froze for a moment, staring at the entrance of the cave with overwhelming hostility. One pretended to be Qin Feiyang and wanted to save Qin Feiyang. The other reminded it again and again, obviously trying to kill Qin Feiyang. How many people were there in this canyon? But it still chose to believe in the mysterious voice. Swish! It flashed and landed beside the entrance of the cave, scanning the void outside the cave with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Feiyang stood in the ancient castle, deep in thought. Could the person who pretended to be him be Lu Xingqian? Because other than him, there was only Lu Xingqian in this canyon. There seemed to be no other explanation. Chapter 494. However, regardless of whether Lu Xingqian had turned over a new leaf or not, he did not dare to easily believe it. Because Lu Xingqian's resurrection was too strange. He would not be honest with Lu Xingqian until he had investigated the matter thoroughly. After listening carefully for a moment, and not hearing any movement, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he left the castle. Boom! However, the instant he appeared, an astonishing oppressive might enveloped him and directly imprisoned him. "Huh!" Qin Feiyang was shocked. The pressure came from behind, but he did not need to look to know that it was the pressure of Saint Monkey. Sure enough. The next moment, Saint Monkey came in front of him and sneered. "Why don't you continue to run?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. Saint Monkey was obviously waiting for him here. In other words, Saint Monkey had already seen through that Qin Feiyang was a fake. However, the problem was that from Saint Monkey's previous performance, it did not see through it. But why did it suddenly know? Moreover, it knew his location? If once was a coincidence, then 2 or 3 times were definitely not a coincidence. In other words, there was someone else hiding in the canyon. And this person knew his whereabouts like the back of his hand. It was very likely that he was hiding nearby. Saint Monkey shouted, "Hand over the fire of life, and this saint will leave your corpse intact." Fire of life? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Why did this name sound so familiar? Woo-woo! He let out a whimper. Because of the pressure, he could not open his mouth to speak. Saint Monkey's pressure loosened. Qin Feiyang suddenly let out a long breath and frowned. "How do you always know my location? Don't you know who this saint is? Do you think it's possible to escape from this saint's eyes?" Saint Monkey's eyes were full of ridicule. "You! If I'm not wrong, someone must be secretly giving you a hint. Who is this person? As long as you tell me, I will immediately return the fire of life to you," Qin Feiyang said disdainfully. Saint Monkey sneered. Do you still have the qualifications to talk about conditions now? Yes. As long as I die, the spatial treasure will shatter, and the flame of life will also be extinguished, Qin Feiyang said. Sage's eyes darkened. Don't doubt me, and don't do anything you regret, Qin Feiyang said. Actually, he didn't know if the ancient castle would shatter because of his death. But now, the fire of life was his only bargaining chip. He could only take a gamble. The sage monkey stared at Qin Feiyang with flickering eyes. Suddenly, the ferocious light in its eyes intensified as it laughed sinisterly. Even if my flame of life is extinguished, I will still kill you today. Boom! After saying this, its ferocious aura erupted. It raised its head and slammed its thick arm towards Qin Feiyang. The aura of death descended once again. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He had never felt so helpless before. It's useless even if you kill him, because I am the real Qin Feiyang. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Sage Monkey was startled. It turned its head and saw another Qin Feiyang standing on a stone in front of it. What's going on? Sage Monkey glanced at the fake Qin Feiyang and then looked at the real Qin Feiyang, its eyes full of surprise. Suddenly, its eyes lit up as it looked at the fake Qin Feiyang and said, Since you are Qin Feiyang, you should have a spatial treasure. Now disappear from me to see. Isn't that simple? Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, he appeared out of thin air. Who is the real one and who is the fake one? Sage Monkey's expression was dull. It was really at a loss. Chan Shui, I have one too. The fake Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand again. With a flash of light, a white dagger appeared out of thin air. This time, even Qin Feiyang himself was in disbelief. That Chang Shui, whether in length or shape, was no different from the real Chang Shui. Could it be that there were two Chang Shui? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but start to doubt. Now you know who is the real one, and who is the fake one. The fake Qin Feiyang pursed his lips with a trace of sarcasm. He jumped down from the big stone and walked towards Sage Monkey and Qin Feiyang step by step. Stop right there! Sage Monkey shouted. The fake Qin Feiyang joked. What, are you afraid of a little war emperor like me? Sage Monkey was not afraid, but because all of this was too strange. Suddenly, it was full of hostility and shouted. Since you all say that you are Qin Feiyang, then I will kill all of you today! Boom! That terrifying oppressive might surged toward the fake Qin Feiyang. You think you can do that? The fake Qin Feiyang was disdainful and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The holy monkey looked around and roared. Don't try to be mysterious. Come out now! As you wish. The fake Qin Feiyang's voice rang out in the void. Then, he appeared behind Qin Feiyang out of thin air and grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm. Before Sage Monkey could react, he disappeared without a trace. Damn bastard, who are you? Sage Monkey roared. The destructive aura swept out in all directions. With a loud bang, the whole mountain was turned into ashes in an instant. Sage Monkey, you really disappoint me. That mysterious voice also rang out in Sage Monkey's mind. This undoubtedly made Sage Monkey even angrier. Who are you? What right do you have to talk about me? Come out if you have the ability. Let me see who you are. Sage Monkey roared. It's not time yet. The mysterious voice only said this sentence, and then disappeared, never to be heard again. At the same time, somewhere in the black storm, two Qin Feiyang stood facing each other. What was even more strange was that the black storm was howling around them, but they didn't have any light shields protecting them. However, those storms couldn't cause them any harm. Qin Feiyang asked. Who are you? The fake Qin Feiyang on the opposite side was silent for a moment before sighing. You shouldn't have come to the ruins, let alone enter this canyon. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise. You know me? The fake Qin Feiyang said. Yes, when you and Shuang left last time, I was watching you all the time. What? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Could it be that you were secretly controlling the storm to prevent us from leaving? I wasn't stopping you and Schwanger. I was testing you. To be exact, I was testing that rib, the fake Qin Feiyang said. Testing the rib? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. But suddenly, his body and mind trembled. He looked up and down, left and right, carefully sizing up the fake Qin Feiyang. The Xuan of this person was talking about was undoubtedly Ren Wushuang. And to call Ren Wushuang so intimately, it could only be Ren Wushuang's relatives. Could it be? His eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Are you my sister's father, Ren Duxing? You are very smart. The fake Qin Feiyang smiled, took a facial restoration pill, and quickly recovered his true appearance. This was a middle-aged man, about 1.8 meters tall. He was neither fat nor thin, and his weather-beaten face looked incomparably resolute. There were also spots of white hair on his temples, with an air of vicissitudes. But Qin Feiyang automatically ignored all these. His eyes stared straight at the man's forehead. There was an extremely eye-catching crescent-shaped mark between the eyebrows, like a peerless jade. It was really Ren Duxing. It turned out that the one who helped him was not Lu Xingchen, but Ren Duxing. Are you surprised? Ren Duxing said with a smile, appearing very amiable. Of course I am. Qin Feiyang blurted out without hesitation. Ren Duxing smiled and said, Hurry up and go back. This is not a place where you can stay. Go back? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said decisively, I will not leave until the doubts in my heart are solved. Ren Duxing looked at him deeply and shook his head. The more you know about these things, the worse it will be for you. Qin Feiyang was surprised and smiled. Uncle Ren, don't scare me. Although my strength is not much, I still have courage. Ren Duxing shook his head and laughed. He nodded and said, I can see that, or you wouldn't dare to enter the canyon. After a pause, Ren Duxing said again, Well, if you have any questions, I will tell you everything I can. Qin Feiyang said, What is the fire of life? Ren Duxing smiled and said, The fire of life is a very magical flame, and there are a total of 9 fires of life in the world. So many? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. Ren Duxing nodded and said, According to legend, as long as 9 fires of life are gathered, the fires of life will fuse and transform into a divine flower. This flower is called the flower of life. Flower of life? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did it sound familiar? Ren Duxing said, The flower of life has endless vitality. It is said that as long as one obtains the flower of life, he will be immortal and live as long as the heavens. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's mind flashed and finally remembered why it sounded familiar. He had heard the emperor mention it in the imperial palace, but he was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, so he didn't remember it too deeply. And the legend that Ren Duxing said did indeed exist. But since ancient times, no one had been able to gather 9 fires of life. Because the fires of life were scattered in every corner of the continent, they could exist anywhere. Qin Feiyang said again, Why did you stay here? And these storms, why can't they hurt you? Also, where did you get that Chang Shui? Ren Duxing opened his big hand, and the Chang Shui appeared. But as he clenched his big hand, the Chang Shui shattered. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. Ren Duxing said with a smile, This is just a replica. It's not the real one. A replica? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, and said with a bitter smile, I thought there were 2 Chang Shui in the world. It turns out that it's just a replica. Your Chang Shui is not ordinary. Cherish it. Ren Duxing said meaningfully. Then, he continued, The reason why I've been staying here is because I can't leave. And these storms can't hurt me because I control the source of power of the ruins. Power source? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did that mean? Ren Duxing said, In short, these storms and the gravity above all come from the power source, and the power source is equivalent to a control mechanism. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, So aren't you the master of this control mechanism now? Does that mean you can control these storms and gravity at will? Exactly. Renduxing nodded and smiled. Chapter 495. Because in this way, Renduxing was equivalent to the ruler of the ruined land. Renduxing smiled. Any other questions? Qin Feiyang said. Of course, why can't you leave this place? It's also because of the source of power. Renduxing sighed deeply and said helplessly. If I control the source of power, I can't leave the ruined land. The only way is to destroy the source of power. Qin Feiyang said. Then can't we just destroy it? We can't destroy it. I believe you've noticed that this canyon is full of creatures from 10,000 years ago. Renduxing said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Renduxing said. But you don't know, other than the holy monkey, there are 3 other holy beasts here. What? 3 more holy beasts? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. That's right. Forest, desert, glacier, sea of fire, these 4 areas have a holy beast sealed themselves, and the Monkey King and other beasts are guarding them. Renduxing said. I understand. If the source of power is destroyed, the black storm and gravity will disappear. Once these holy beasts wake up, the spiritual state will be in a disaster. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Renduxing nodded. As long as the black storm and gravity are still there, even if they wake up, they can't leave this canyon. Qin Feiyang looked at Ren Wuxuang with a complicated expression and sighed. So Uncle Ren has been guarding the spiritual state. It's been hard on you. Renduxing smiled. It doesn't matter if it's hard on me, as long as the creatures of the spiritual state are safe. But have you thought about how Sister feels? Since you know she came to the ruined land to look for you, you should come out and meet her and tell her the truth. More than 20 years. She has been looking for you in the ruined land for more than 20 years. Do you know how hard she has been? Do you know how much she longed to see you? As a father, how could you bear to do this? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Originally, he would not have been so angry, but when he thought of Ren Wuxuang's experience, he thought of the Emperor. An indescribable rage could not help but erupt in his heart. Renduxing fell silent, his eyes filled with self-blame. Actually, I can understand. Uncle Ren, you don't want Big Sis to worry. Because once Big Sis learns the truth, she will definitely stay with you. She won't leave even if you beat her to death. But you should at least tell her that you're safe so that she won't look for you everywhere and worry about you. Qin Feiyang sighed. Renduxing sighed and said, When you go back, apologize to Shuang'er on my behalf. Tell her that I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a father and have let her down. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then nodded and said, I will tell Big Sis that you are still alive, but you should apologize to her yourself. Renduxing smiled bitterly and said, You are also a person with a story. What story can I have? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, quickly changing the topic. These 4 saint beasts are all existences from 10,000 years ago? Renduxing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, You came to the ruins to find them? Renduxing said, Yes and no. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Renduxing said, I came to the ruins to find an inheritance, and it is the inheritance of the 4 saint beasts, master. They have a master? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Renduxing said, Their master is very powerful, and I have successfully obtained their master's inheritance. This is also the reason why they have not killed me. Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, Who is their master? This? Renduxing hesitated for a moment and said, Anyway, you have interacted with their master, so there is no harm in telling you. How can I have interacted with him? Qin Feiyang was puzzled, feeling a little strange. You have interacted with each other quite a bit, and sooner or later this person will come looking for you. Because the ribs on your body are his. Renduxing said. What? Qin Feiyang almost jumped up. The owner of the ribs is actually the master of these 4 saint beasts. Isn't this too bizarre? Renduxing said. At first, when I saw you take out the ribs, I was a little surprised, but after I tested it, it was really him. Tell me, where did you get the ribs? Qin Feiyang said. In a canyon in the Death Desert, But later on, I went there again, and the canyon had disappeared into thin air. I couldn't find it. Disappeared? Renduxing frowned, but his face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was also surprised. Renduxing said in a deep voice, the canyon can't disappear by itself. The only explanation is that this person has awakened. Impossible. Because when I found him, only a skeleton was left. Qin Feiyang said decisively. Sigh. Feiyang, you don't know how powerful he is. Let me tell you, as long as his consciousness is not destroyed, he will not die, because he is a war god. Renduxing said. War god. Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, and his body and mind trembled. The two words war god, in the current era, was simply an ethereal legend. Since we're here, I'll tell you another shocking secret. As far as I know, this person is called Mu Tianyang, known as the Heavenly Sun War God. Renduxing said. Mu Tianyang, Heavenly Sun War God. Hearing this name, Qin Feiyang's heart was once again set off stormy waves. Because he was no stranger to the name Mu Tianyang. The title Heavenly Sun War God was like thunder to his ears. Because Mu Tianyang was the founding ancestor of the Heavenly Sun Empire. The Heavenly Sun Empire was the predecessor of the Great Qin Empire. In short, 10,000 years ago, the Heavenly Sun Empire was the one that ruled this land. But according to historical records, Mu Tianyang was extremely cruel, and his methods were also very bloody, causing the heavens to be angry and resentful. Later, the first generation of emperors was born and quickly rose to power, overthrowing the Heavenly Sun Empire and establishing the Great Qin Empire. As for how he overthrew it, the historical records only briefly mentioned it, but one could imagine that the process must have been very difficult. However, the historical records clearly recorded that Mu Tianyang finally died in battle. Therefore, Qin Feiyang found it very difficult to accept the fact that Mu Tianyang was still alive. Renduxing didn't know what Qin Feiyang was thinking, and he didn't know that Qin Feiyang knew about this, so he began to explain to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't stop Renduxing and let him continue. In the end, the situation that Renduxing said was roughly the same as what he understood. After a while, Renduxing finally finished. But Qin Feiyang still didn't believe it. Renduxing paused and said, although Mu Tianyang died in battle, his divine bones were not destroyed, and he was lucky enough to retain a trace of divine consciousness. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, that's impossible, right? How powerful was the first generation of emperors? If Mu Tianyang really still had a trace of divine consciousness, it was impossible for him not to discover it. Could it be that the first generation of emperors was kind and deliberately gave him a way out? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang really felt that there was such a possibility. The Merfolk clan was also the first generation of emperors' mortal enemies. In the end, the first generation of emperors not only let them go, but also arranged a habitat for them. It was enough to see that the first generation of emperors was a benevolent ruler. If he could let the Merfolk clan go, then letting Mu Tianyang go didn't seem to be a strange thing. But these were just his guesses. Before it was confirmed, he didn't dare to make a conclusion directly. Qin Feiyang said, if Mu Tianyang is really still alive, will he come for revenge? Definitely. Renduxing nodded without hesitation, thought for a while and said, but in a short time, he definitely won't do it. Why? Qin Feiyang asked. Renduxing said, because he needs a certain amount of time to recover his cultivation. Qin Feiyang said, Uncle Ren, let me ask you a question that I shouldn't ask. How do you know these things? Renduxing said, in the inheritance he left, there is a part of his memory. Inheritance memory? Qin Feiyang frowned. He still couldn't understand these things, but he could think of one thing. Renduxing got Mu Tianyang's inheritance, which meant that he was Mu Tianyang's disciple. Qin Feiyang looked at Renduxing, his eyes flickering. Renduxing asked curiously, what are you thinking? I'm thinking, will you become Mu Tianyang's lackey in the future? Qin Feiyang said very directly. This matter was too important, and he didn't dare to be careless. Because once Ren Duxing and Mu Tianyang joined forces, the situation would be even worse. So he had to know Ren Duxing's position first. Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment, shook his head and smiled. Although I'm a little unhappy with your question, I can understand. Don't worry, I can't do these things. My self-esteem, my pride, won't allow me to do so, Qin Feiyang said. Then I hope Uncle Ren can do what he says. Ren Duxing said solemnly. If I can't do it, you don't have to worry about anything in the future. Just kill me directly. Anyway, with your talent you will surpass me sooner or later. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Duxing said, Are there any other questions? Yes. This question has been bothering me. I keep having the feeling that someone is secretly monitoring my whereabouts and informing the Monkey King and Sage Monkey, Qin Feiyang said. Ren Duxing laughed. It's me who has been secretly watching you. No. Suddenly, Ren Duxing's face changed and said, Although I'm watching you, I didn't inform them. Are you sure that's the case? Qin Feiyang said. I'm sure, because no matter where I hide, the Saint Monkey will be able to rush over immediately. Strange. Why is it like this? Ren Duxing frowned. Qin Feiyang asked. Uncle Ren, is there anyone else in this canyon? Ren Duxing said. Other than you, there's only me. That's not right. There's still one more person, Lu Xingqian, Qin Feiyang said. Are you suspecting Xingqian? Ren Duxing looked at him in surprise. He's worth suspecting. Because he was already dead, but he suddenly came back to life. This time, when I came to the ruins to look for you, the mansion master asked Lu Xingqian to come along as well. He wanted me to investigate him. Chapter 496. There's such a thing? Ren Duxing was bewildered. He said, Quickly tell me the details. Qin Feiyang nodded and told him about Lu Xingqian's death and Lu Xingqian's resurrection in detail. After listening, Ren Duxing pondered for a moment and nodded. This matter is indeed a little strange, but we can't make wild guesses. We have to investigate thoroughly first, Qin Feiyang said. The current Lu Xingqian is more shrewd than the Lu Xingqian of the past. It will be difficult to investigate thoroughly. No matter how cunning and suspicious, there will be times when they give themselves away. This matter is not urgent. However, when you return to the state capital, you have to pay attention to Mu Tianyang's whereabouts. I reckon that he should be recruiting and conserving his strength now. You can start investigating from this aspect. But don't tell the old man and Schwanger about this, let alone anyone else. Ren Duxing's tone had a hint of pleading. I can understand not telling anyone else, but why can't you tell the old man and sister? Qin Feiyang frowned. They are my closest relatives. If they know about this, they definitely won't sit back and do nothing. At that time, we might alert the enemy, Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, Why don't we report this matter to the imperial capital? That won't do. Mu Tianyang is still alive, but it hasn't been confirmed. The people in the imperial capital won't believe us. Taking a step back, even if they believe us and send people to Lingzhou to investigate, it won't be of any use. Instead, it will make Mu Tianyang hide even more. After all, the reborn Mu Tianyang's strength can't compete with the current Great Qin Empire. He can't fight us head-on, Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang thought about it carefully. Ren Duxing's words did make sense. However, if Mu Tianyang was still alive, the spiritual state wouldn't be able to resist him. It could even be said that it was a disaster. Ren Duxing smiled and said, If there are no other questions, I will send you off. Wait. Last few questions. Why is Mu Tianyang's legacy here? Who built the land of ruins? This forest has the flame of life. Are there other treasures hidden in the desert, the glacier, and the sea of fire? Qin Feiyang asked several questions in a row. These questions, Ren Duxing pondered for a moment, and smiled faintly. It's a bit complicated to explain. I'll tell you about it when I have the chance. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, Renduxing waved his hand, and Qin Feiyang felt a supreme force enveloping him. Swish! In the next moment, Qin Feiyang left the canyon and landed beside the ancient iron chain bridge. He left the canyon so easily? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He was quite interested in the so-called source of power. At this moment, a purple-clothed young man walked out from behind a rock. It was none other than Lu Xingqian. You finally came out, he said with a smile as he walked towards Qin Feiyang. His face also had an expression of being relieved of a heavy burden. Qin Feiyang turned his head and frowned. What are you doing here? Lu Xingqian smiled and said, Waiting for you. Waiting for me? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said calmly, You've been here all this time? Yes. Lu Xingqian nodded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked down at the canyon, his eyes flickering. If Lu Xingqian had really been here all this time, then the person who tipped off the holy monkey shouldn't be him. But who else could it be other than Lu Xingqian? In the entire canyon, other than the beasts, there were only him, Lu Xingqian, and Renduxing. Could it be Renduxing? In that case, those words that Renduxing had said before were purely a lie? Qin Feiyang felt like his head was about to explode. He didn't know whether to believe Renduxing or Lu Xingqian, because both of them were worthy of suspicion. Lu Xingqian was one of them. As for Renduxing, although he looked like he was protecting the spiritual state, who knew what he was thinking? After experiencing too many conspiracies, Qin Feiyang really didn't dare to easily trust anyone. Lu Xingqian walked to the side and asked with a smile, What are you thinking about? Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said lightly, Let's go back to the state capital. Lu Xingqian was taken aback and said, Aren't we going to continue looking for Uncle Run? Qin Feiyang said, We've searched all the places we should, but we didn't find any clues. It seems that Renduxing is most likely dead. Lu Xingqian sighed. If Wushuang knew this cruel fact, she would definitely be very sad. Although I don't have much interaction with Ren Wushuang, I can see that she's not a weak woman, Qin Feiyang said. After that, he didn't stay any longer. He took out a rib and directly stepped on the iron chain bridge. Sigh! Lu Xingqian sighed deeply, took out a rib, and followed Qin Feiyang to the other side. 3 days later, Qin Feiyang walked out of the iron chain bridge, stood at the bridge, and turned to look at the Grand Canyon. This trip, not only did he help Wolf King repair his spiritual sea, but he also obtained a flame of life. And he also completed the task of the mansion master, and found Renduxing. Although the process was very difficult, and he almost lost his life several times, it was a perfect ending. However, he would never forget what the sage monkey had done to him. Sooner or later, he would make it pay with blood. At the same time, Lu Xingqian's eyes were also filled with an inexplicable light. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to Lu Xingqian, asking, Are you going back to the inner hall directly or to the state capital? Lu Xingqian pondered for a while and sighed. The Lu family has been destroyed, there's no point in returning to the state capital. I'll go directly to the inner hall. Qin Feiyang nodded. Swoosh! Lu Xingqian waved his hand, opened a portal, and walked in without looking back. Qin Feiyang looked at the dissipating portal, his eyes flickering. Although Lu Xingqian hid it very well this time, he also exposed a flaw, which was self-sealing. Ordinary people wouldn't know such a secret as self-sealing. But Lu Xingqian knew very well that there must be a secret behind it. Let's see how long you can hide it. He smiled coldly, opened a portal, and stepped in. The next moment, he arrived in front of the mansion master's courtyard. The old man was sitting lazily by the pond, fishing. There was a pot of hot tea next to him, looking very comfortable. The old man immediately sensed that someone was coming. When he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, he immediately stood up and asked, Did you find him? There was some anticipation and nervousness in his expression. I found him. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man was wild with joy and said, I knew that there's nothing you can't do as long as you make a move. Tell me, where is he? Did he come back with you? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, pondered for a while, and said, "It's not convenient for me to tell you where he is now." "Please forgive me, old man, what do you mean?" "Don't tell me that as his father. I have to get your permission to see him." The old man was a little angry. "You don't have to get my permission. It's because Uncle Ren doesn't want to see you. Don't think about going to the land of ruins to look for him, because he's not there at all," Qin Feiyang said. His face was a little gloomy. He risked his life in the Grand Canyon and finally saw Ren duxing. But the old man not only didn't thank him, but also got angry at him. It was really a thankless job. "He doesn't want to see me?" The old man was stunned and didn't come to his senses for a long time. But when he came to his senses, he noticed Qin Feiyang's expression and immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry I've wronged you." "It's understandable." Qin Feiyang smiled. The old man forced a smile and asked, "Why doesn't he want to see me? Is there any difficulty?" "I don't know about that." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The old man said, "Then can you tell this old man where he is now?" Qin Feiyang said, "No, I promised Uncle Ren that I would keep it a secret for him." Sigh. The old man sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. "Since he doesn't want to see me, I don't need to force him. I just need to know that he's still alive." Qin Feiyang was silent. To be honest, he still sympathized with the old man. A moment later, the old man retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Has Ruffian Wolf's knowledge sea been repaired?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Do you plan to tell Shuang'er about this?" Qin Feiyang said, "I will only tell her that Uncle Ren is still alive. In my opinion, you'd better not say anything. I know Shuang'er's temper the best. If she knows that her father is not dead, she will definitely search everywhere." The old man smiled bitterly. "This?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, then I'll hide it from her for the time being." He was most afraid of trouble. If this cheap sister pestered him every day in the future, wouldn't he have a headache? The old man suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, I don't think it's possible to destroy the ruins for the time being." "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The old man said, "This matter is of great importance. This old man has to ask the current emperor first." "Emperor?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly, and his hands retracted into his sleeves. He couldn't help but clench them tightly and asked, "How long will it take for you to see him?" The old man said, "A year and a half." "A year and a half." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. If he remembered correctly, in another year and a half, he would be 20 years old. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang bowed and said, "Junior has a request." The old man smiled and said, "Say it, this old man will do his best to promise you." Qin Feiyang said, "When you meet the emperor, can you bring me along?" "That's definitely not possible." The old man shook his head decisively. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed that it was impossible to return to the imperial capital before the age of 20. The imperial capital is indeed a place that people yearn for, but this is not something that can be rushed. But don't be disappointed. When this old man comes back from the imperial capital, I believe that you will be able to enter the imperial capital soon. Chapter 497. Yearn? Qin Feiyang sneered in his heart. The imperial capital was indeed a holy land that countless people yearned for. However, for him, if it weren't for his mother still in the imperial capital, if it weren't for the fact that he still had a great grudge to avenge, he would never want to set foot in that place. Because everything there made him extremely disgusted. However, the old man's last sentence made him quite happy. He asked suspiciously, "Old man, what do you mean by this?" "After this old man goes to meet the emperor, the great war of the 9 regions will begin. At that time, with your talent and strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to suppress all the heroes and enter the imperial capital." The old man laughed. "Great war of the 9 regions!" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang suddenly came to a realization. The old man smiled and asked, How is it? Are you confident? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's good to be confident, but you can't be arrogant. This old man heard that the other 8 regions have also given birth to many monstrous martial arts geniuses. Only when you break through to the War Master realm will you have absolute overwhelming strength. Of course, you don't have to be the first. As long as your performance can be ranked in the top 10, you will definitely be able to enter the imperial capital, the old man said. Qin Feiyang asked. What if I don't rank in the top 10? The old man said. This depends on one's luck and good fortune. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man waved his hand and said, All right then, hurry back to the inner hall and cultivate in seclusion. This old man looks forward to your performance. That? Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. Old man, this time I went to find Uncle Ren. It can be said that I went through a lot of hardships. Don't you think you should give me some reward? Hee hee. The old man couldn't help but laugh and teased. Then tell me, what do you want? Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and laughed. It's best if you have a perfect battle art. If you don't have a perfect battle art, I don't mind giving you a 4th grade pill fire. The old man was stunned. Listening to his tone, if he were to give this kid a 4th grade pill fire, wouldn't it be too unfair for him? The old man's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. Why don't I give you a 5th grade alchemy fire? 5th rank. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he said happily, Of course, I couldn't ask for more. In your dreams. The old man glared at him and said speechlessly, Do you think the Pill Fire Association is a cabbage that can be found everywhere? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The old man rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, I definitely don't have alchemy fire, and I don't have perfect battle arts either. However, I do have quite a few superior battle arts. Do you want them? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, It's a waste not to take it. You little bastard. The old man shook his head and laughed. He took out 2 jade slips and threw them to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately sank his consciousness into the jade slip. One of them was called the White Illusion Art, which had the same effect as the Phantom Steps. However, the difference was that the White Illusion Art was a killing battle art. The other one was called the Ghost Steps, which was an auxiliary battle art. Once the Ghost Steps were used, the user would be like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. However, it was a pity that it was only a superior battle art. The old man smiled and asked, Are you satisfied now? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He really didn't know what to say. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at his expression, he knew that he didn't care about the superior battle arts at all. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, Qin Feiyang directly entered the ancient castle. Fatso immediately got up and asked suspiciously, Boss, what is the 9 States War? Qin Feiyang said, The 9 States War is a competition for places. Places? Fatso was slightly stunned and said, The places to enter the imperial capital? Qin Feiyang nodded and explained, Every 10 years, the imperial capital will hold a 9 States War. All 9 states will send people to participate, and without exception, these people are all disciples of the Inner Palace. Lu Hong also opened her eyes and asked, So, the other 8 states also have Inner Palace? That's right. This is the only way for people from the 9 states and 18 counties to enter the imperial capital. So, I must not lose the 9 States War. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly, his eyes glowing with determination. Fatso asked, Where is the battlefield? I'm not too sure about that. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Back then, as the son of the high and mighty emperor, he could get whatever he wanted and didn't care about these problems at all. Fatso said, Then you have to hurry up and cultivate. Yes. Let's not talk about the other 8 states. Just in our spiritual state, there are 3 battle masters in the Inner Palace. If you don't break through to Battle Master, there's no hope for you to be in the top 10. Most importantly, there's only 1.5 years until the 9 States War. You have to hurry up. Lu Hong said with a trace of worry on her face. You don't have to worry about that. Before the war, I'm confident that I can step into Battle Master. Even if I don't break through to Battle Master, with the battle technique and return technique, I'll be invincible. The most important thing now is to find a 4th grade alchemy fire and upgrade the Netherworld demonic flame to 5th grade as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso frowned. This isn't something that can be done overnight. Why don't we go to the Forgotten Land again? Lu Hong suggested. Fatso's pupils constricted, and he immediately said, Go if you want. Fat Lord will never go to that damned place again. Although the Forgotten Land didn't lack alchemy fire, they had offended the Tower Master and his wife when they left. These 2 women weren't to be trifled with. If they went to the Forgotten Land again, they wouldn't have a good ending. Lu Hong thought about it and gritted her teeth. Then let's just snatch the alchemy fire of the inner palace. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at Lu Hong in shock. Snatch the alchemy fire of the inner palace? Did this girl have a fever? Lu Hong was a little embarrassed by the stares. She lowered her head and said with a red face, I'm just saying. Fatso said solemnly. Fat Lord is telling you, don't even think about it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. We definitely can't touch the alchemy fire of the inner palace. As for the Forgotten Land, just as Fatso said, we'll be courting death if we go there. Lu Hong said. Then what should we do? We can't touch the alchemy fire of the inner palace of the spiritual state, but it doesn't mean that we can't touch the alchemy fire of the inner palace of the other 8 states. Fatso laughed slyly. You mean, go to the other 8 states? Lu Hong was surprised. Fatso nodded and said, Yes, the 4th grade alchemy fire is too rare. We can only snatch it from other states. Lu Hong glanced at Fatso and then turned to Qin Feiyang, waiting for Qin Feiyang's decision. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, Going to other states is also a good idea. We're really going? Lu Hong was a little stunned. Let's see how it goes first. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. Soon, an illusory figure was condensed. It was Yin Yuan Ming. Brat, where have you been for the past half a year? You didn't even reply to my messages. Are you trying to go back on your word? Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, Yin Yuan Ming roared hysterically. Go back on my word? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile. I've been outside for the past half a year and couldn't send messages. As for the elixirs I promise you, I'll make them all up for you. As soon as he heard that he would make up for it, Yin Yuan Ming suddenly laughed. Qin Feiyang was speechless for a while. The speed at which he changed his face was faster than flipping the pages of a book. Yin Yuan Ming asked, Then are you back now? I just came back. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Yuan Ming pursed his lips and said, You sent me a message as soon as you came back. You must be up to no good. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang choked on his saliva on the spot and said helplessly, It's not a bad thing. I just want to ask, can you find the 4th grade alchemy fire? Yin Yuan Ming was stunned and said puzzledly, Isn't the alchemy fire in the inner hall only 4th grade? Why do you want alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry about that. As long as you can help me get it, it doesn't matter how much I have to pay. Yin Yuan Ming suddenly became excited. But then, his eyes dimmed again. The only 4th grade alchemy fire I know is the one in the Holy Hall. Also, I can tell you very responsibly that there won't be a second 4th grade alchemy fire in the spiritual state. So, no matter how much money you pay, it's useless. I can't earn your money either. Yin Yuan Ming said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Really? No. Yin Yuan Ming nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disappointment. It seemed that he could only go to other states. Yin Yuan Ming said, I'm very busy right now. Is there anything else? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then remembered to send the elixir over as soon as possible. With that, Yin Yuan Ming turned off the image crystal. Fatso chuckled and said, Boss, you have to go now. Lu Hong looked at him strangely and said, Why do you look like you want to go to other states? Do I? Fatso asked. Lu Hong's face darkened and said, Nonsense, you've been encouraging Qin Feiyang to go to other states. Tell me honestly, are you plotting something? Plotting something? Fatso was speechless to the extreme, and shook his head. Your imagination is too rich now. Fat Lord is just tired of staying in the spiritual state, and wants to go to other places to take a look. If you have that free time, you might as well cultivate in peace. Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him. Fatso smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything else. He looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Fatso and asked, "Then, which state do you think we should go to?" Fatso said, "Of course, Cloud State, which is closest to the spiritual state." Lu Hong was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "How do you know that Cloud State is closest to the spiritual state?" "This," Fatso stammered and looked a little flustered. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Suddenly, Fatso said confidently, "Fat Lord has been in the city for so long, what doesn't Fat Lord know?" "Is that so?" Lu Hong looked at him suspiciously, feeling that Fatso was a little abnormal. "Nonsense. Do you think I'm like you, hiding here to cultivate all day and not paying attention to what's going on outside?" Fatso glared at her angrily. Lu Hong quickly waved her hand and said, Okay, pretend I didn't say anything." Fatso cast a provocative look, as if to say, "Little girl, at least you know what's good for you." Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and egged, "Boss, don't you want to go to other Cloud State to take a look?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Other than the capital, no place could arouse his interest. Fatso immediately shrank. Chapter 498. Facing Qin Feiyang's gaze, Fatso gradually felt guilty. He even broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "I don't think we should go to Cloud State. As for the elixir fire, we'll think of something when we go to the imperial capital." "Boss," Fatso hurriedly said, but before he could say anything, Qin Feiyang disappeared without a trace. "What should we do?" Fatso froze and immediately frowned. Outside, Qin Feiyang opened a portal and walked in. He was sure that Fatso must have something on his mind. But for some reason, Fatso found it hard to say. To be honest, he was a little angry. They were already so close, what was there that he couldn't say? Moreover, he had already told everyone his true identity. What reason did Fatso have to hide it? He didn't want to force him. He was waiting for Fatso to say it himself. If Fatso really had something to do, it wouldn't matter if he went to Cloud State. However, he really couldn't understand how Fatso could have anything to do with Cloud State. Swoosh! The Sacred Palace. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air above the elixir fire hall. "It's Senior Brother Qin! After disappearing for half a year, he has appeared again. His aura is as unfathomable as the ocean. I wonder how far he has cultivated." The disciples coming and going in the square below felt Qin Feiyang's aura. They all looked up and discussed. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang swooped down and landed on the square. The surrounding disciples immediately retreated with awe in their eyes. Qin Feiyang walked in front of Elder D and Elder Qin, cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, elders." Good. The two elders nodded and laughed nonstop. Their faces were filled with gratification. It could be said that they had watched Qin Feiyang grow up. For a temple to give birth to such a monstrous genius, they were truly happy. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This disciple would like to borrow the alchemy room. I hope that the two elders can accommodate me." Elder D chuckled and said, "Why are you so polite? This is your home. You can come whenever you want." "Thank you, Elder. Disciple will go in first," Qin Feiyang said. Elder D said, "Go on. Come to the sacred hall more often when you are free. Many of the new disciples admire you." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to enter Pill Fire Hall. "Is he Qin Feiyang?" Immediately. In the crowd, a few 14 or 15-year-old youths curiously asked the older disciples beside them. One of the older disciples said angrily. Who gave you the guts to call senior brother Qin by his name? Is it so exaggerated that I can't even call him by his name? Disdain appeared in the eyes of the youths. I'm not exaggerating at all. Senior brother Qin is now in the inner palace and rarely appears in the city or the sacred hall. Even if he does appear, he will only contact big shots like Stewardine. So, not many people talk about his deeds. But let me tell you, his means, his strength, and his mind are enough to make anyone tremble in fear. You know the Liu family and the Dong family, right? They were driven out of the city by senior brother Qin because they offended him. If you haven't heard of the Liu family and the Dong family, you should know Xiao Hong and Xiao Jian. These two used to be senior brother Qin's sworn enemies. Now, whenever they see senior brother Qin, they are like mice seeing a cat. In the last grand competition of the sacred halls, Qin Feiyang returned with a strong momentum and challenged all the heavenly talents of the sacred hall by himself. Among them were geniuses like Xiao Jian, Dong Fanyu, and Xiang Xiaolong. Do you know what the final result was? Senior brother Qin won and even crippled Dong Qin, an inner palace disciple at that time. Moreover, senior brother Qin only took 2 or 3 years to become an inner palace disciple. This talent has never appeared in the spiritual state before. Now, do you still dare to call senior brother Qin by his name? The group of senior disciples sneered. These new disciples were like newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. Not only did they call senior brother Qin by his name, but they also showed disdain. They were simply courting death. After learning about this, the eyes of the new disciples were filled with fanaticism. Not only in the square, but also in the corridors of the Pillfire Palace, a large group of people followed Qin Feiyang and discussed animatedly. Qin Feiyang didn't put on any airs. When someone greeted him, he would nod with a smile. On the 10th floor. Alchemy Room Number 1. A white-clothed youth with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks ran to the door of the alchemy room, panting, and knocked hard on the door. Boom! Soon. The stone door opened. Xiao Hong walked out and frowned. What's the hurry? The white-clothed youth said. Senior brother Xiao, bad news. Qin Feiyang is here. What? Xiao Hong's expression changed and he said angrily. Why is this malefic here again? The white-clothed youth shook his head. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth. Bastard, I'll kill him sooner or later. Who do you want to kill? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. Swoosh! Then, with the sound of something breaking through the air, Qin Feiyang landed on the 10th floor. Xiao Hong's gaze trembled. He hurriedly ran up and smiled obsequiously. Senior brother Qin, please don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. Xiao Hong pointed at the white-clothed youth with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. The youth nodded and said obsequiously, Yes, yes, yes. Senior brother Xiao Hong is talking about me. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and didn't say anything. At his level, people like Xiao Hong were nothing more than clowns, not worth mentioning at all. Qin Feiyang said, I want to borrow your alchemy room, is that okay? Of course, please come in. Xiao Hong retreated to the side, nodding and bowing, causing the new disciples below to be dumbfounded. Was this still the Xiao Hong they knew? He was simply a servant. Qin Feiyang entered the alchemy room. Xiao Hong wanted to follow him in, but Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Xiao Hong was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. He nodded repeatedly and said, I understand, I understand. I'll wait outside. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. The stone door closed with a bang. Bastard! Xiao Hong clenched his fists tightly. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Xiao Hong is arrogant in front of us, but in front of senior brother Qin, he is as obedient as a puppy. There were people discussing carefully below. Xiao Hong suddenly turned around and landed in front of the railing. He looked down at the crowd below and shouted, Who is talking nonsense? Get out immediately! All the disciples lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. However, they were all complaining in their hearts. They could only be arrogant in front of them. If they had the guts, why not go against senior brother Qin? However, they did not dare to say these words out loud. Qin Feiyang was not afraid of Xiao Hong, but they had to be. Firstly, it was because of Xiao Hong's strength. An 8-star battle monarch was enough to dominate the disciples of the sacred halls. Secondly, it was because of the family behind Xiao Hong. The Xiao family was also a powerful family in the city. Ordinary people could not afford to offend them at all. A few hundred breaths passed. The stone door finally opened. Xiao Hong immediately went up to him. His previous arrogance was gone. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Qin, are you done so soon? Why? You don't want me to leave? Then I'll stay here for a while," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Don't. Xiao Hong's expression changed. What a joke. If he let this malefic stay here, he would definitely have a hard time. Can't I? Qin Feiyang frowned. Xiao Hong said with a flattering smile. It's not that you can't, but this place is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Qin Feiyang laughed and shook his head. I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate. He strode in. You scared me to death. When the teleportation gate disappeared, Xiao Hong could not help but wipe his cold sweat. After all these years, Qin Feiyang's appearance was not that big, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. The pressure he brought to him was also increasing. Treasure Pavilion. In the lounge, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Yin Yuanming was sitting at the desk, holding an account book and reading it attentively. When he saw Qin Feiyang appear, he immediately put down the account book and got up to welcome him. He said with a smile, You just came back. You haven't rested well and you've already sent me elixirs. I really feel bad. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He said, In that case, I'll go back to the inner hall first. I'll send them back after I've rested. Don't. Yin Yuanming hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm and said with a smile, Since you're already here, why are you going back? Besides, it's a waste of the teleportation gate to come and go, isn't it? That's enough. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He took out a jade box and threw it to Yin Yuanming. He said, 12 potential elixirs and 24 red fire glaze elixirs. You can count them. No need. Yin Yuanming waved his hand. Although he said so, he still opened the jade box and counted them. How hypocritical. Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. He walked to the tea table and sat down. He grabbed a teacup, picked up the teapot, and tasted it. After Yin Yuanming counted them correctly, he put away the jade box and sat down beside Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, Where have you been for the past 6 months? Have fun? Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He put down the teacup and said with a bitter smile, It wasn't easy for me to climb out of the gates of hell. Yin Yuanming was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, Let's not talk about these things. I want to ask, do you know the coordinates of Yunzhou? Yunzhou? Yin Yuanming was stunned and asked in surprise, What do you want? Just asking out of curiosity. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yin Yuanming said, I haven't been to Yunzhou. I think the only person who has been there is the mansion master. If you want the coordinates, you can only go to him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. A moment later, he looked up at Yin Yuanming and asked, Did anything major happen in the city in the past 6 months? Yin Yuanming thought for a moment and shook his head. Nothing major, but there is one thing that I don't understand. Qin Feiyang said, What is it? Yin Yuanming said, Wasn't the Dong family wiped out by Zhao He half a year ago? Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Yuanming said, At that time, many servants and disciples of the Dong family survived, but they were taken away by Dong Qing and never appeared again. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, Are they in other cities? Chapter 499. Evaporated? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. He pondered for a moment, and shook his head. I don't believe that. Either they're hiding in the mountains to recuperate, or they've left the prefecture, or… At this point, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Yin Yuanming asked. Or what? Qin Feiyang said. Or they've been killed. That's impossible. Most of the core members of the Dong family have died in Zhao He's hands. The rest are just unimportant people. Who would risk universal condemnation to kill them? Yin Yuanming frowned. Qin Feiyang said. It's not impossible. The Lu family is the best example. But it's just a guess. We need to verify it. Yin Yuanming sized up Qin Feiyang's expression and asked. Are you suspecting something? No, I'm just guessing. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked. Has there been anything unusual in Dong Xingyang recently? Yin Yuanming said. I don't know. After all, he's in the inner hall. I can't ask about him even if I want to. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Then I'll go first. Yin Yuanming hurriedly said. Don't disappear for half a year again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He took out a portal and quickly left. The inner hall. At this moment, both the Pill Fire Palace and the Cultivation Palace were in a heated discussion. The person they were talking about was none other than Lu Xingqian. Although Lu Xingqian had been resurrected for half a year, the palace lord had deliberately sealed the news. So, no one knew about it until now. One could imagine the commotion caused by the sudden resurrection of a dead person. At this moment, Lu Xingqian was standing in the square outside the Pill Fire Palace and chatting with people. Of course, those who could talk to Lu Xingqian were all inner hall prodigies. For example, Wu Yan and Su Yang. At the same time, in the sky above the Pill Fire Palace, two beautiful figures stood in the middle of the crowd, like cranes in a flock of chickens, peerlessly beautiful. They were Ren Wuxuang and Shen Mei. How did he revive? The two of them looked at Lu Xingqian in disbelief. Back then, they had witnessed Lu Xingqian's death with their own eyes. Moreover, he had been killed by the mansion master himself. But now, he had actually appeared before them, alive and well? Had he seen a ghost? As if sensing their gazes, Lu Xingqian turned to look at them and gave them a friendly smile. Ren Wuxuang frowned. Although they were only looking at each other from afar, she could sense that the current Lu Xingqian was somewhat different from the Lu Xingqian of the past. On the other hand, Shen Mei's expression became somewhat complicated. During this period of recuperation, she had almost walked out of the shadows. If there were no accidents, the three words Lu Xingqian would completely disappear from her memory. But now, Lu Xingqian's sudden return had stirred up waves in her calm heart. She didn't know how to get along with Lu Xingqian now. She also didn't know whether to hate Lu Xingqian or not. Ren Wuxuang sensed her abnormality, and understood Shen Mei's thoughts after a little thought. She patted Shen Mei's shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, it's all in the past. Shen Mei nodded. But her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Lu Xingqian smiled at Ren Wuxuang and Su Yang, then turned back to continue chatting with Wu Yan and the others. Brother Lu, no matter how you came back to life, it's a joyous occasion. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner at Drunken Dream House later. Wu Yan laughed. Yes, Brother Lu, don't decline. Su Yang nodded quickly. Lu Xingqian smiled faintly. I just went to the gates of hell. There's no need to make it so grand. That's not right. Coming back from the dead is no small matter. We have to celebrate. Wu Yan and Su Yang said. Lu Xingqian hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, Forget it. There's a good saying, the new generation excels the old. If we, the older generation of disciples, don't work hard, we'll probably be eliminated. Wu Yan and Su Yang's eyes froze. The others around them also fell silent, their expressions uncertain. Although Lu Xingqian didn't say it explicitly, everyone knew that the so-called new generation referred to Qin Feiyang. In the past, whether it was cultivation talent or alchemy talent, they were the best in the spiritual state. They were the blazing suns that others couldn't reach. But since Qin Feiyang appeared, these so-called geniuses were worse than idiots. They also thought of stopping and suppressing him. But it was useless. This person was too monstrous, and there was no way to stop his rise. Although Qin Feiyang rarely appeared in front of others after entering the inner hall, his existence was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, almost suffocating them. This feeling made them very uncomfortable and angry. A cold light flashed in Wu Yan's eyes as he sneered. "Brother Lu, you being able to come back from the dead means that even the heavens are helping you. As long as you dare to stand up, we will follow your lead." Su Yang nodded. "That's right. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't beat Qin Feiyang." "Yes. Senior Brother Lu, we can't let him continue to be so arrogant. We have to suppress his arrogance, and let him know who's in charge of the inner hall." The others around them also joined in the commotion, their eyes cold. Even though their words sounded nice, they were actually just using Lu Xingchen. Because they didn't dare to deal with Qin Feiyang themselves, they let Lu Xingchen take the lead. But how could Lu Xingchen be stupid? Especially now that even Qin Feiyang couldn't see through Lu Xingchen, it was clear how shrewd he was. These words of flattery were simply a joke in his ears. However, he didn't say no, nor did he say yes. There was only a faint smile on his face. Wu Yan frowned. "Brother Lu, what do you mean? Are you afraid of him?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and didn't say anything. Su Yang said, "Since you're not afraid, why are you hesitating?" Lu Xingchen sighed deeply and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why make a big fuss over some small matters?" "Small matters? Brother Lu, is there something wrong with your head?" The destruction of the Lu family was caused by Qin Feiyang. "Is this a small matter?" Wu Yan and the others looked at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. "You don't dare to do it yourself, so you instigate others. Do you have any shame?" At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded from above. But not only was the voice cold, but there was also a strong sense of ridicule. Wu Yan and the others frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes immediately became unfriendly. The one who spoke was a woman in black. Her figure was exquisite, and her long black hair draped over her shoulders. She stood in the air like an ice fairy. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face was as cold as ice. "Who are you? Who are you to speak here?" Wu Yan and the others said angrily. The woman in black said disdainfully, "I just can't stand your style. If you really don't like Qin Feiyang, you can go and challenge him. Why do you have to instigate Lu Xingchen?" Wu Yan and the others' faces darkened. Lu Xingchen looked at the woman in black curiously and whispered, "Who is she? Why haven't I seen her before?" A disciple beside him said, "She is a newcomer. I think her name is Leng Rishwang. I heard that she came from a small city and is a 6-star combat emperor." Leng Rishwang. Lu Xingchen pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Miss Ling, you must have misunderstood. They are not instigating me. They are just joking. You're still speaking for them? Why don't you ask everyone here? Who doesn't see that they are trying to use you? It seems that your brain is not as bright after dying once." Leng Rishwang sneered. However, Lu Xingchen just shook his head and smiled in the face of such humiliating words. He did not take it to heart. This surprised many people, especially Ren Wuxuang and Shen Mei. However, Wu Yan and the others were completely enraged. Su Yang said angrily, "Leng Rishwang, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth off. You dare to bully a weak woman like me in public?" Leng Rishwang was stunned and sneered. "If you are not afraid of losing face, then come at me." Preposterous. Su Yang was furious. He turned into a stream of light and landed in front of Leng Rishwang like a lightning bolt. He slapped Leng Rishwang's cheek. Slap! A loud slap resounded in this place. A bright red palm print appeared on the left side of Leng Rishwang's face. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. He really hit her? The crowd below was dumbfounded. Leng Rishwang also looked at Su Yang in disbelief. Su Yang took a few steps back and crossed his arms. He looked at Ling Rushwang disdainfully and said, "We are all martial artists. What's the difference between men and women? I'm slapping you today to let you remember what it means to know your limits." Ling Rushwang touched her burning cheek, and a strong cold light shot out of her eyes. "This Su Yang is really too much," Ren Wushwang muttered with a frown. "Ling Rushwang didn't say anything wrong. How could he be so ruthless? He is simply not worthy of being a man." Shinmei also had a look of disgust. However, Su Yang felt very good in his heart. Ling Rushwang spoke up for Qin Feiyang. Although this woman had nothing to do with Qin Feiyang, slapping her was equivalent to slapping Qin Feiyang's face. However, Ling Rushwang's gaze made him a little uncomfortable. "What? You're not convinced?" He looked at Ling Rushwang contemptuously with his nose in the air, as if he was the only one in the world. "If you really have the ability, go and be arrogant in front of Qin Feiyang. However, I don't think you have the guts." Ling Rushwang sneered. These words undoubtedly poked Su Yang's sore spot. Indeed, although he was very arrogant in front of others, when he saw Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but feel a deep fear in his heart. This feeling made him very unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, his eyes darkened, and he took a step forward, landed in front of Ling Rushwang, and slapped her again. "Stop!" At this moment, Ren Wushwang shouted. Su Yang frowned, and the hand that was about to land on Ling Rushwang's face stopped in the void. Ren Wushwang stepped in the void, and his beautiful long hair fluttered like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. He walked to Ling Rushwang's side and looked at Su Yang. "Don't go too far. I'm going too far." Su Yang was so angry that he laughed and said, "She provoked me first, but now you say that I'm going too far. Don't you have ears? Although she provoked you first, she's not wrong. If you have the ability, go directly to Qin Feiyang." "Why are you being arrogant here?" Ren Wushwang said. "You!" Su Yang was furious. But Ren Wushwang was not Ling Rushwang. Chapter 500. Su Yang didn't dare to hit or scold him now. But if he just gave up like this, it would be very embarrassing in public. He really didn't know what to do next. The atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier. He was also getting more and more embarrassed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air above the square. Qin Feiyang! Everyone present was trembling both physically and mentally. Their fearful eyes and terrified expressions were as if they had seen a devil. There was also a trace of fear in Su Yang's eyes. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, his face full of doubts. "Sister?" But when he noticed Ren Wushwang, he frowned slightly. Then he looked at Su Yang opposite him, and his face suddenly darkened. How dare he bully Ren Wushwang? This Su Yang really had the guts of a leopard. Whoosh! He took a step forward and landed in front of Ren Wushwang, saying in a low voice, "Wait here, I'll go and cripple him." Ren Wushwang was stunned. He hurriedly stopped Qin Feiyang and said with a wry smile, "It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Ren Wushwang whispered, "It was Ling Rushwang next to me who stood up for you and was slapped in the face by Su Yang." His voice was so low that only the two of them could hear it. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Rushwang and said with a smile, "Thank you. It's okay." Ling Rushwang forced a smile, but her eyes were very cold. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me, what's going on?" At that moment, Ling Rushwang briefly and clearly told him what had happened before. During this period, Su Yang flew down to the square below, with a trace of fear in his eyes. After listening to Ling Rushwang's story, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered with cold light. He lowered his head and glanced at Lu Xingchen, then directly fixed his eyes on Su Yang. "You want to leave after beating someone up? Is it so easy?" Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he closed in on Su Yang. Su Yang felt a sharp pain in his back. He angrily said, "I didn't hit you, what does it have to do with you?" "She spoke up for me." What's the difference between hitting her and hitting me? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from his body. 6-star War Emperor! Half a year ago, he was still a 4-star Combat Emperor. How did he become a 6-star Combat Emperor so quickly? The crowd below was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Su Yang became even more flustered. Back then, when this person had just entered the inner palace, he had beaten up all of them and forced them to drink the water used to wash his feet. Now that he had suddenly become a 6-star Combat Emperor, wouldn't his combat power be even more shocking? Wu Yan, help me! He looked down at Wu Yan, but Wu Yan did not dare to make a move. No one can help you today! Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Su Yang and kicked him. Ah! Su Yang was kicked away on the spot and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Aren't you arrogant? Why don't you even have the courage to fight with me now? What kind of man are you to bully a woman? Come, I have time today. I'll play with you until I'm satisfied. Qin Feiyang caught up with him and threw a punch. Damn, do you really think you're invincible? Su Yang was extremely angry. He turned around abruptly and his battle chi gushed out. His battle art was revealed and he charged towards Qin Feiyang with a terrifying aura. Clang! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a red sword chi appeared. It instantly condensed into 3 sword shadows. The terrifying aura was like a storm, filling the void. Su Yang was a 7-star Combat Emperor, and his battle art was of superior quality. Although Qin Feiyang was a 6-star Combat Emperor, the Guiyuan sword art was a perfect battle art. The 3 sword shadows each had the lethality of a perfect battle art. The first sword shadow whizzed out and destroyed Su Yang's battle art. Immediately after, the second and third sword shadows slashed towards Su Yang with irresistible force. Don't kill me! Wu Yan, save me! The bone-piercing aura rushed towards Su Yang, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. He once again called for help from Wu Yan. At the same time, he once again performed a battle art and attacked the second sword shadow. However, not only did Wu Yan not come to help, he even retreated towards the door of the Pill Fire Palace. He knew that Qin Feiyang wouldn't let him go, so he wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. As long as he hid in the alchemy room, Qin Feiyang wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, the reality was cruel. Because from the beginning, Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to Wu Yan's movements. With a wave of his hand, he charged towards Su Yang's 2 sword shadows. One of the sword shadows turned in the air and slashed towards Wu Yan with lightning speed. Damn it! Wu Yan cursed. He retreated while performing a battle art. A terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, covering all directions. At the same time, the others in the square all rose into the air and hid far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Clang! Boom! The 2 sword shadows collided with the 2 battle arts. Heaven and earth lost their color at this moment. The 3 of them were all sent flying. However, Qin Feiyang stepped into the void and instantly stabilized his body. He performed the phantom steps and landed in front of Su Yang in a few steps. Slap! He didn't show any mercy. He raised his arm and slapped Su Yang's face. Crack! Su Yang's teeth were shattered on the spot and he spat out blood. Next, Qin Feiyang leaped up and stepped on Su Yang's chest, falling down at an extremely fast speed. Finally, with a loud bang, he landed on the square. The ground exploded, and Su Yang's entire body sank into the mud. Many of his bones were broken and he spat out blood. Qin Feiyang was still standing on Su Yang's chest. He looked down at Su Yang and said indifferently, "Does it feel good to bully women?" Su Yang's heart trembled. He hurriedly said, "I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please let me go this time." "Let you go?" Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the gate of the Pill Fire Palace and saw Wu Yan running through the gate and disappearing. However, he didn't chase after him. He looked up at Ling Rishwang and said with a smile, "How do you want me to beat him? Or do you want to do it yourself?" Everyone looked at Leng Rishwang. Leng Rishwang glanced at the battered and exhausted Su Yang and said, I don't want to dirty my hands. It's up to you. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded and walked down from Su Yang's body. He turned around and grabbed Su Yang's clothes, pulling him up. Then he kicked Su Yang's lower abdomen. Immediately. Su Yang curled up into a ball in pain. Like a cannonball, he flew into the distance. His screams resounded through the sky. A 7-star combat emperor couldn't even fight back in front of him. This guy is indeed a malefic star. Everyone's pupils contracted. Swoosh! However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang moved again. His target was the Pillfire Palace. It seems that Wu Yan is also going to suffer. We can't afford to offend this fierce man. The surrounding disciples were terrified. After a while, Wu Yan rolled out of the gate of the Pillfire Palace with a painful scream. His body was dripping with blood. He lay on the ground, barely breathing. He couldn't move at all. Thud! With steady and powerful footsteps, Qin Feiyang walked out of the Pillfire Palace. He glanced at the crowd in the sky and said indifferently, Who else wants to deal with me? Come out! However, no one dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their arrogant heads. This brat! Ren Wushwang cursed in his heart. Not only did he not appear, but he also caused a ruckus in the inner palace. He really didn't know what to say about him. However, she was also quite happy to see this cheat brother of hers suppressing all the heroes and showing off his might. Regardless of whether Qin Feiyang was arrogant or not, at least he could stand firm in the city and even the entire spiritual state. Now, no one dared to underestimate him. Didn't you all want to deal with me before? Why is no one coming out now? Is this your backbone as a prodigy? Qin Feiyang looked down at the crowd like a god of war. He was domineering and unparalleled. Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. Although you are strong, there are still people stronger than you. That's right. If you really have the ability, go and challenge the 3 kings. Someone roared, unwilling to accept this. 3 kings? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Weren't there only 2 kings in the inner palace? Why were there 3 kings? You don't even know the 3 kings, why are you still so arrogant? Not to mention the other 2 kings, even senior brother Dong Xingyang, a new king realm cultivator, can beat you into a pulp. Someone said disdainfully. Dong Xingyang? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Dong Xingyang was the new king? Could it be that once an inner palace disciple stepped into the war master, he would become the king of the inner palace? Whoosh! Su Yang broke through the air. His body was covered in wounds and bleeding non-stop. He shouted at Qin Feiyang. Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, go and challenge them. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold and said, You still have the strength to bark like a dog here. It seems that the lesson I gave you is not enough. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Brother Qin, stop. But at this time, Lu Xingqian swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He said, Brother Qin, you should have calmed down by now. Please forgive people whenever possible. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and lowered his head to look at Lu Xingqian. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, incomparably sharp. Looks like they're going to fight too. Definitely. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian are old rivals. Lu Xingqian is going to stop Qin Feiyang now. How could Qin Feiyang give up? Some people began to discuss in low voices. But in the end, Qin Feiyang lowered his arm and nodded. All right, I'll give you face. The crowd above was dumbstruck. What was going on? Weren't the 2 of them mortal enemies? Why did their current attitudes seem like a pair of old friends? Ren Wushwang and Shen Mei were also filled with doubts. Whiz! At this time, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, another black figure sped over and stood above the Pillfire Hall. As soon as this person arrived, a terrifying aura roared in all directions like a vast ocean. Dong Xingyang. Everyone present, except for Qin Feiyang and a few others, trembled physically and mentally. A deep sense of fear shrouded their hearts. But then, many people revealed a mocking look in their eyes. The destruction of the Dong family was also caused by Qin Feiyang. Dong Xingyang would definitely not let this matter rest. A good show was about to begin. Chapter 501. Qin Feiyang also raised his head to look at Dong Xingyang, his eyes shining. Although Dong Xingyang had stepped into the War Master first, he had not opened the door to his potential. Half a year had already passed, and his cultivation had not improved at all. However, it was undeniable that with Dong Xingyang's current strength, he did indeed have the qualifications to be a hero. Dong Xingyang glanced at Qin Feiyang, then scanned the crowd around him and said expressionlessly, "I vaguely heard that someone wanted to challenge me? Senior brother Dong, it's Qin Feiyang who wants to challenge you. Just now, when he heard that you had advanced to the King realm, he was very unconvinced and threatened to pull you down from the throne. Yes, we were all fighting for you, but look, he actually beat us up like this. Senior brother Dong, this person is too arrogant. You must teach him a lesson." Su Yang and Wu Yan roared with righteous indignation. "Making things out of nothing, how shameless!" Ren Wushang felt very angry. However, Qin Feiyang's expression was calm and unperturbed, as if he was not affected in the slightest. Dong Xingyang's eyes flashed. He lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Are you the one who wants to challenge me? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang did not answer and instead asked. Dong Xingyang looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, swooped down, landed on the plaza, and walked towards Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Wu Yan and Su Yang pursed their lips into a cold smile. But just when everyone thought that Dong Xingyang was going to attack Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang brushed past Qin Feiyang. "What's going on?" The entire audience was stunned. "Pa!" Before anyone could regain their senses, a crisp slap sounded out in the plaza. Everyone looked over and saw Dong Xingyang standing in front of Wu Yan, raising his arm and continuously slapping Wu Yan. Wu Yan was stunned. Su Yang was also stunned. "Pa!" The scene was silent, and only the loud slapping sound could be heard. A short while later, Wu Yan's face swelled up, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Pa!" After slapping Wu Yan more than a dozen times, Dong Xingyang suddenly exerted some force, and Wu Yan was immediately sent flying. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state and screamed in pain. Whoosh! Next, Dong Xingyang soared into the sky and landed in front of Su Yang. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Yang immediately fled in fear. But in front of the war sect, was it possible for a mere war emperor like him to escape? Obviously not. Boom! Dong Xingyang released his might and directly imprisoned Su Yang in the void. Then, without any mercy, he went up and slapped him a few times. Smack! In the end, Su Yang was also sent flying by the fan, and he rolled beside Wu Yan while howling miserably. "I hate people like you who are incapable and still want to sow discord. Do you think I'm a fool? This is the first and last time. If anyone dares to set their sights on me again, I will definitely make them leave the inner palace on a stretcher." Dong Xingyang swept his gaze across the entire audience, his cold gaze causing one to tremble in fear. There was not a single sound at the scene. It was as silent as death. Throughout the entire process, Qin Feiyang's expression remained calm. Dong Xingyang's actions seemed to be within his expectations. Wu Yan and Su Yang were furious. Originally, they wanted Dong Xingyang to teach Qin Feiyang a lesson, but they did not expect that they would be taught a lesson by Dong Xingyang instead. After being slapped repeatedly in public, Su Yang had already lost his mind and roared at Dong Xingyang. "You are a coward!" Dong Xingyang lowered his head to look at Su Yang, his eyes revealing traces of coldness. "Am I wrong? The destruction of the Dong family was caused by Qin Feiyang. Not only did you not take revenge for your clansman, you even helped him. Are you worthy of your dead relatives?" Su Yang roared. This is a personal grudge between me and Qin Feiyang. Do I need you to intervene? Dong Xingyang's eyes flickered with coldness. Whoosh! He swooped down, landed in front of Su Yang, and directly kicked Su Yang's lower abdomen. Ow! Immediately, Su Yang let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. His whole body flew out like a meteorite, accompanied by a loud bang, and smashed into the opposite mountain peak. Then Dong Xingyang looked at Wu Yan again. You don't have to do it, I'll do it myself. Wu Yan's gaze trembled, and she slammed her head on the ground. Immediately, her head was bleeding and she fainted on the spot. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed. Su Yang and Wu Yan could be said to have gone for wool and come home shorn this time. However, the others were extremely puzzled. What was going on? First, it was Lu Xingqian. But Lu Xingqian's situation was more special. Maybe it was really because he had died once, so he was more open-minded about everything and didn't want to argue with Qin Feiyang. But now, even Dong Xingyang was like this. Originally, the three of them were mortal enemies, but now, they seemed to be friends. What exactly happened in between? At this time, Dong Xingyang suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes extremely sharp. Qin Feiyang also looked up at Dong Xingyang, his expression as calm as ever. The two just looked at each other like this. The atmosphere gradually became a little solemn. But in the end, Dong Xingyang didn't say a word, turned around and flew toward the cultivation palace. Wait. Qin Feiyang spoke at this time. What's the matter? Dong Xingyang frowned, stopped and asked without looking back. Qin Feiyang said, I want to talk to you in private. In fact, this time he returned to the inner palace mainly to find Dong Xingyang. Follow me. Dong Xingyang muttered for a while and said indifferently. Then, he flew into the sky and flew far away. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding crowd, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He then quickly chased after him. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain peak far away, a woman in colorful clothes stood against the wind. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind like a beautiful butterfly, showing off her peerless charm. Behind the woman in colorful clothes, there were two middle-aged men. One of them was wearing purple clothes. He was tall and had a dignified appearance, but his face was a little gloomy. He was the martial arts hall master. The other one was wearing white clothes. His entire body was emitting an ethereal aura. On his slightly aged face, there was always a faint smile, and he looked very easygoing. He was the pill hall master. The three of them looked at the pill fire hall from afar. After Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang left, the martial arts hall master withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman in colorful clothes. Hall master, did you see that? This Qin Feiyang is simply lawless. If we don't restrain him, I'm afraid no one will be able to control him in the future. I don't like what you just said. It's a waste of youth if he's not frivolous. He's just a child now. It's normal for him to have such a character. Moreover, who hasn't been young before? If I remember correctly, you were even more arrogant than him when you were his age, the pill hall master said. The martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Can you stop arguing with me? I'm not arguing. I'm just stating facts. Moreover, this matter is ultimately Wu Yan and the others' fault. If they didn't provoke him first, would Qin Feiyang attack them? Most importantly, Su Yang slapped Ling Rushuang in front of everyone. This action is simply a disgrace to all men. I think Su Yang should be punished severely. Also, Qin Feiyang is a member of my pill fire hall. It doesn't seem like it's up to you to decide what he should do. Besides, as the martial arts hall master, you've targeted a disciple multiple times. You even reported it to the chief hall master. Don't you think your actions are a little too disgraceful? To be honest, even I feel embarrassed for you, the pill hall master said indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain. You! The martial arts hall master was furious. The colorful clothed woman glanced at the two of them and said, All right. Don't you guys feel tired after fighting for your entire life? The martial arts hall master glared at the pill hall master and cupped his hands. Hall master, I'm not fighting with him. I just want to beg you to get rid of those black sheep. Black sheep? The pill hall master frowned. There was a trace of anger on his face as he said, If Qin Feiyang is a black sheep, then there's no good person in the inner hall. The colorful clothed woman nodded and said, Compared to those disciples from the wealthy clans, Qin Feiyang is indeed a sensible child. The martial arts hall master's expression changed. He quickly said, Hall master, all right. The colorful clothed woman waved her hand impatiently and said, Let's not get involved in the matters between the disciples. It's fine as long as they don't kill anyone. Besides, the inner hall has been peaceful for too long. I can't see any fighting spirit and sharpness from them. The 9 States War is about to begin. If this continues, I'm afraid our spiritual state will lose miserably. Why don't we just let Qin Feiyang inspire their fighting spirit? The colorful clothed woman added. Hall master is wise. The pill hall master cupped his hands and smiled. The martial arts hall master snorted. He was extremely dissatisfied. Back to Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang. The two of them landed on an empty mountain peak and stood side by side. Dong Xingyang looked down at the mountains and rivers below. His expression was still cold as he said, Just say what you want to say. Qin Feiyang said, I won't beat around the bush with you. Do you know where Dong Qing and the others are? What? You still want to kill them all? Dong Xingyang suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. Qin Feiyang said, If I wanted to kill them all, I could have killed them back then. I'm just curious. How did they disappear without a trace? Dong Xingyang looked at him deeply and shook his head. I don't know where they are now. I have been asking around, but I didn't find any clues. You don't know? Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, Something is wrong. Dong Xingyang nodded and said, Something is wrong indeed. Dong Qing is my sister, and we are very close. If I'm not mistaken, she would have told me her whereabouts immediately. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, What do you mean? I'm guessing that they must have met with some mishap. To be honest, I've been suspecting you. Did you kill them? But now, it seems like I was thinking too much. Dong Xingyang said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, If it was really me, I wouldn't deny it in front of you. With your character, it is indeed so. Chapter 502. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile. If I really had a clue, I wouldn't have come to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang frowned again. Dong Xingyang said, What do you want to say? Qin Feiyang said, I feel that the disappearance of Dong Qing and the others is somewhat similar to the situation of the Lu family. Similar? Dong Xingyang was stunned and sneered. The Lu family was exterminated, and Dong Qing and the others were missing. I really don't see the similarity. Qin Feiyang said. What if no one found out that the Lu family was exterminated? Dong Xingyang raised his eyebrows. If no one found out, then in the eyes of the world, the Lu family was undoubtedly in a state of disappearance. Could it be? Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, Is it related to the masked man? Qin Feiyang nodded and said, To be honest, I do suspect so. Damn it! Dong Xingyang suddenly clenched his hands, and a trace of shocking fierceness appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry, I just suspect it, but I haven't confirmed it. The most important thing now is to find Dong Qing. Dong Xingyang said, I will continue to look for her. As long as she is still in the spiritual state, I will definitely find her. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Don't be too confident. As far as I know, Lu Tingting is not dead. I feel that someone is planning a big conspiracy. Lu Tingting is not dead? Dong Xingyang was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Yes, Lu Tingting and the masked man were both present on the day Zhao He massacred the Dong family. That's why I suspect so. Dong Xingyang said angrily. Then why don't you catch them? I want to, but... Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Some things were better left unsaid. Buzz! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal beeped. Qin Feiyang took it out from his bosom and released his battle chi. Then, an old shadow quickly appeared. It was none other than the Manor Lord himself. Greetings, Manor Lord. Dong Xingyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed. Yes. The Mansion Lord nodded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, We have found the masked man's lair. Come here immediately. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Dong Xingyang's eyes also shone brightly. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to ask, the old man turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang came to his senses and immediately put away the image crystal and opened a teleportation door. Dong Xingyang hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang and said, Can you bring me along? This? Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. After that, the two of them entered the teleportation door one after the other and soon arrived in front of the old man's courtyard. In the courtyard, besides the old man, there was also an unfamiliar face. It was a middle-aged man, 7 feet tall, quite thin, wearing a white robe, with white hair on his temples, full of vicissitudes of life. However, that pair of dark eyes were extremely spirited and carried a great sense of majesty. When the old man saw that Dong Xingyang also followed, he frowned and said, Come in. Qin Feiyang pushed the door and entered. Dong Xingyang followed closely behind. When they arrived in front of the old man, the two of them bowed at the same time and said respectfully, Greetings, sir. The old man nodded and pointed to the man in white next to him, saying, Let me introduce him to you. He is the new city lord of East City, Jiang Qianqing. Greetings, City Lord Jiang. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang bowed again. Jiang Qianqing nodded and smiled, appearing very amiable. Qin Feiyang looked at the mansion master and said, Sir, where is the masked man's lair? The old man said, Old Jiang, tell them. Yes. Jiang Qianqing responded respectfully, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang and said, The masked man's lair is in a valley, not far from the city. Dong Xingyang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Can you take us there now? The mansion master and Jiang Qianqing both looked at Dong Xingyang in confusion. Mansion master, City Lord Jiang, this is what happened. Dong Xingyang and I both suspect that the disappearance of Dong Qing and the others may be related to the masked man, so I brought him along. Qin Feiyang saw the situation and hurriedly explained for Dong Xingyang. So that's how it is. The mansion master and Jiang Qianqing finally understood. Then, the two giants looked angry. The masked man had extended his evil claws to the city several times. He must have eaten the heart of a leopard. Dong Xingyang knelt on the ground and pleaded. Mansion master, Dong Qing is my only family now. No matter what, I have to find her. Please help me. The mansion master pondered for a moment and sighed. Get up quickly. I'll let you go with me. Thank you, sir. Dong Xingyang was overjoyed. The mansion master shouted, 10 commanders, come and gather here immediately. 10 commanders? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Zhao He had been removed from the position of commander, so there were only 9 commanders left. Whoosh! In less than 10 breaths, 10 figures appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and suddenly his eyes locked on one of them. It was Fan Jian? This guy had become a commander? Fan Jian also smiled at Qin Feiyang. The mansion master glanced at the 10 commanders, then looked at Jiang Qianqing and said, Lead the way. I want to see who is in the valley. Remember, hide your aura from me. The old man added. Jiang Qianqing nodded and opened a portal. The mansion master took the lead and walked in. Jiang Qianqing followed behind the mansion master. Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang in confusion. What's going on? Qin Feiyang said. It's said that City Lord Jiang found the masked man's lair. Found it? Good, let's see how they can escape this time. Wang Hong's eyes turned cold as he strode into the portal. Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang, Fan Jian, and the other commanders also entered one after another. In the next moment, the group landed in the sky above a mountain range. Jiang Qianqing pointed at the mountain below and said, "There!" Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. They saw a small valley in the middle of the forest below. "Why does it look familiar?" However, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This valley, where did he see it before? Suddenly, he discovered that there was a lake in the middle of the valley. The lake water was very clear, and under the sunlight, there were layers of dazzling ripples. The valley was also very quiet, revealing a rare kind of tranquility. It looked like a paradise. However, Qin Feiyang's gaze was fixed on the lake. In his head, it was as if thunder was rumbling. That was because the moment he saw the lake, a memory crawled out of his mind uncontrollably. This valley was exactly the same as the one in the desert of death. How could this be? Was it a coincidence? Or was it the same valley? Fan Jian, who was standing beside Qin Feiyang, immediately noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He transmitted his voice. "Brother Qin, what's wrong?" Whoosh! Qin Feiyang didn't seem to hear him. He suddenly swooped down and rushed toward the valley. The mansion master's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Brat, don't alert the enemy!" However, Qin Feiyang still turned a deaf ear. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to confirm whether this valley was the same one in the Death Desert. If it was, if Ren Duxing didn't lie to him, it meant that the person behind the masked man and Lu Tingding was Mu Tianyang. This also meant that Mu Tianyang was really resurrected. Seeing this, the old master was quite angry and said in a low voice, "Wang Hong, quickly go and surround the valley. Dong Jiang, you also go and help." After that, the old master chased after Qin Feiyang. Wang Hong, Dong Jingyang and the others also immediately went at full speed to surround the valley. Seeing the valley getting closer and closer, Qin Feiyang could already see the stone walls on both sides of the valley entrance. But at this moment, boom! The soil around the valley suddenly rolled. The nearby mountains of different heights also began to collapse, and the rumbling sound resounded through the sky and earth. "What's going on?" The old master and the others were surprised. But then, a shocking scene happened. The valley actually sank rapidly into the ground. How is this possible? At this moment, except for Qin Feiyang, everyone was dumbfounded. "You want to run? It's not that easy!" The old master was furious. He reached out his big old hand and grabbed in the air. Streaks of bright battle chi emerged and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky, grabbing toward the valley. Buzz! However, when the giant hand grabbed the valley, a light shield suddenly appeared around the valley, which actually shook off the giant hand that the old master had transformed into. So powerful! Wang Hong and the others couldn't help but narrow their pupils. Who the hell is it? Come out! The old master was completely furious. The battle chi poured out without reservation, like a big waterfall, with the power to destroy the world, and blasted toward the valley. There was still no sound coming from the valley, but a terrifying aura roared out from the lake and collided with the old master's battle chi. Boom! The moment the two collided, there was a deafening explosion. The mountains and rivers within dozens of miles trembled at this moment. Poof! The old master's old body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Hong and the others watched with trepidation. Who exactly was this person? How could he be a match for the old master? However, they couldn't stay calm after that. Because of the confrontation between the old man and the mysterious person, a destructive shockwave was born. Like a flood, it swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Wang Hong and the others turned around and fled without hesitation. The old master's cultivation had always been a mystery. As his trusted 10 commanders, they didn't know either. However, they had a deep understanding of the old master's strength. He could crush them hundreds of times with a casual wave of his hand. To be able to exchange blows with the old master, the person hiding in the valley was definitely not inferior to the old master. One could imagine how destructive the chi wave was. If they didn't escape, they would die. However, Qin Feiyang ignored it and rushed toward the valley crazily. The old master was about to attack again, but when he saw Qin Feiyang's situation, his expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily, "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Come back! Just a little bit more!" Qin Feiyang mumbled, staring at the stone wall at the entrance. Chapter 503. The valley continued to sink, and it was about to disappear. That destructive air wave covered the sky and covered the earth. Soon, it had arrived before Qin Feiyang. If he was drowned by the air wave, Qin Feiyang's fate would definitely be smashed to pieces. Finally, Qin Feiyang saw the stone wall clearly. A name was engraved on it. Ling Feng. Under the name, there was a line of words engraved. "Those who enter the valley, please kneel down." Seeing these words, Qin Feiyang froze in the void on the spot. It was as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind rumbled. That's right. This is the valley that disappeared in the Death Desert. Because Ling Feng is Ling Yunfei's father. But seeing Qin Feiyang standing there in a daze, turning a blind eye to the airwave in front of him, the old man was burning with anxiety and shouted, "Hide!" Immediately, Qin Feiyang shuddered and came back to his senses. Looking at the airwave that was close at hand, the hair all over his body suddenly stood on end. An indissoluble aura of death shrouded him. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly hid in the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. If he was a step later, he was afraid that even the corpse couldn't be found. But the valley had completely sunk into the ground and disappeared without a trace. "You all stay here. I will go down and take a look." With a gloomy face, the old man instructed Wang Hong and others. Then, he rushed to the ground with a surging aura. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, and his face was extremely gloomy. "Little Qin Zi, what happened?" Wolf King, Fatso, and others couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang looked up and glanced at them. He said in a deep voice, "Ben Duxing didn't lie to us. Mu Tianyang has really been resurrected." "What?" Everyone's expression changed. Qin Feiyang said, "I saw the name Ling Feng on the stone wall of the valley just now." "Who is Ling Feng?" Lin Yi was confused. Fatso said, "Ling Feng is Ling Yunfei's father." Wolf King said, "When I went to the valley with little Qin Zi, Feng Ling Er, and Elder Wan, it was Ling Yunfei who led the way." Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you sure that the name on the stone wall of the valley was Ling Feng?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, their hearts became extremely heavy. Mu Tianyang, the emperor of the previous dynasty, was known as the Heavenly Sun War God and stood at the top of the pyramid on this continent. For the spiritual state, the resurrection of such a fierce and ambitious character was a calamity. Especially this group of people, Mu Tianyang would definitely not let them off. Because not only did they take away Mu Tianyang's pill scripture, but they also took a few ribs. This kind of thing was undoubtedly a great shame for Mu Tianyang, who was once the emperor. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Mu Tianyang had already targeted them. Otherwise, the valley would not appear near the spiritual state capital. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This matter is not something we can solve. We must explain it to the old man and let him report it to the emperor as soon as possible." But Qin Feiyang was silent. "Boss, although you haven't said it clearly, Fat Lord is not stupid. He can almost see that there should be some misunderstanding between you and your father. But boss, you have to think carefully. This is not a trivial matter. Mu Tianyang hasn't done anything to us now. It must be as Ren Duxing said. His cultivation has fallen a lot, and he is afraid. But once he recovers his cultivation, he will definitely come to us first to settle the score," Fatso said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "You don't understand. What happened between me and him is not a misunderstanding. It is a fact that has happened. Even if it is a fact, you have to focus on the overall situation. However, no matter what you choose, Fat Lord will always stand by your side." When you become successful, just don't forget Fat Lord. Fatso patted his chest and laughed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, lowered his head, and said, "Let me think about it." Swish. After that, Qin Feiyang left the castle. Lin Yi immediately looked at Fatso, Lu Hong, and Wolf King and said, "Is Brother Feiyang from the capital?" Two people and one beast looked at each other. They didn't know how to answer. Luo Qianxue also looked at Fatso and the others. Her eyes were full of suspicion. "I want to cultivate. If you have any questions, ask Fatso." Wolf King dropped a sentence, then he lay directly on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to take a nap. Fat Lord is also at the critical moment of breakthrough. Lu Hong, you do as you see fit. Fatso's eyes turned. He also sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. But if one looked closely, one would find that he was a little absent-minded. The pangolin was more direct, pretending not to hear. Looking at the treacherous Fatso and Wolf King, Lu Hong felt helpless. "Sister Lu, can you just tell me?" Lin Yi pleaded. Fatso and Wolf King's behavior was too abnormal. Not only Lin Yi's curiosity was completely aroused, but even Luo Qianxue was the same. Lu Hong was a bit embarrassed and said apologetically, "I also want to tell you, but without Qin Feiyang's permission, we don't dare to speak carelessly. If you really want to know, then go ask him yourself." Lin Yi's face suddenly showed a trace of disappointment. At the same time, her heart was also uneasy. Is it because Brother Feiyang is from the capital and doesn't like me, so he is unwilling to accept me? Or is it because she really didn't dare to continue thinking? Because the more she thought about it, the more flustered she was. Luo Qianxue next to her saw all this. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She comforted in a low voice. Don't think too much. Your Brother Feiyang is not that kind of snobbish person." And Lin Yi nodded. But her heart couldn't calm down. "Qin Feiyang, what happened to you just now?" Outside, above the mountain range, at this moment, Wang Hong and others were all looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Third young Master Chao frowned and said, "Why did you rush down if nothing happened? Do you know that your behavior just now is simply courting death? I'm sorry to make everyone worried." Qin Feiyang cupped his fist and said reproachfully. Third young Master Chao rolled his eyes at him, looked down at the broken ground below, and said worriedly, "I don't know if Sir can catch him." Wang Hong and the others also lowered their heads to take a look. They all had worried looks on their faces. But Dong Xingyang would glance at Qin Feiyang from time to time. Swoosh! After a while, the old man rushed out of the ground, but he was alone. Needless to say, the old man's pursuit failed. Wang Hong stepped forward and asked, "Sir, did you see his appearance clearly?" "No." The old man shook his head. "Not to mention his appearance, he didn't even see a shadow." Wang Hong said worriedly, "This person's strength is unfathomable. If we don't figure out his identity as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future." Third young Master Chao and the others nodded in agreement. The old man's gaze turned cold as he looked at the 10 commanders and said, "Take people and search immediately. Even if you have to turn the entire spiritual state upside down, you must find the valley for me." "Yes." Wang Hong and the others bowed in response, then opened the portal and left quickly. The mansion master then looked at Jiang Qianqing and Dong Xingyang and ordered, "I have something to discuss with Qin Feiyang. You guys go back first." The two of them glanced at Qin Feiyang with deep meaning before they each left through a teleportation gate. Soon, only Qin Feiyang and the old man were left. The old man looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Kid, tell me honestly, do you know something? Why do you ask?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The old man said, "Your behavior just now was too strange. You must have noticed something, so you rushed towards the valley without a care for your life." A light flashed in the depths of Qin Feiyang's eyes. This old man is really meticulous. "Old man, you're thinking too much. I was just curious at that time. Why would the valley sink into the ground? Besides, I'm not throwing my life away. I have an ancient castle. If there's danger, I can just hide. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is that so? The old man looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The old man looked at him deeply and said, then go back to the inner hall. The 9 States War is about to begin. Don't run around anymore. Okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Old man, let me ask you something. Do you know the coordinates of Yunzhou? The old man frowned and said, Why are you asking about this? Do you want to go to Yunzhou again? Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm just curious. Just curious? The old man looked Qin Feiyang up and down and shook his head. I've never been to Yunzhou, so I don't know the coordinates. Then, before Qin Feiyang could react, he turned around and flew away. You don't know? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't Yin Yuanming say that the old man had been to Lingzhou? Wait a minute. Yin Yuanming didn't seem to be very sure that the old man had really been there. He only said that the old man probably had. In other words, Yin Yuanming was just guessing. However, this matter wasn't urgent. Qin Feiyang collected his thoughts and looked down at the mountains below. His mind quickly calmed down. The fog that had been shrouding his mind had finally dispersed, and everything was revealed. Without a doubt. The person standing behind the masked man and Lu Tingting was Mu Tianyang. It also confirmed Ren Duxing's words that Mu Tianyang was recruiting. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out. After all, he didn't know the masked man's identity. However, he still knew a thing or two about Lu Tingting. Her talent was only average. Was there any value in nurturing her? No. Qin Feiyang's gaze suddenly trembled. He neglected a very serious problem, and that problem was the alchemy scripture. Mu Tianyang was the previous owner of the alchemy scripture. Mu Tianyang definitely knew the pill formulas in it like the back of his hand. Naturally, it included the potential pill, and Juki yellow dragon pill. As long as he had these pill formulas, even a fool could become a rare cultivation genius. This Mu Tianyang was indeed playing a big game of chess. However, although Mu Tianyang had the pill formulas in his hands, he definitely didn't have the herbs. After all, 10,000 years had passed, and the herbs from back then had long decayed. In order to refine these pills, Mu Tianyang had to think of a way to collect these herbs first. This was undoubtedly a very good breakthrough point. Chapter 504. Inner Palace. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in a certain cultivation room in the cultivation palace. And on the praying mat in the middle of the cultivation room sat a beautiful woman. Her eyes were slightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling. Her facial features were exquisite beyond compare, and her skin was as white and flawless as jade. This woman, whether it was her appearance or her figure, was enough to make any man go crazy. But Qin Feiyang's eyes were very clean, without any distracting thoughts. Cough! He clenched his fist and coughed dryly, looking at the woman in front of him helplessly. Sister, can you stop pretending? That's right. This woman was Ren Wushuang. Boring. Ren Wushuang opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang smiled. There is indeed a small matter that I need your help with. I knew you wouldn't come to me for no reason. Ren Wushuang pouted her alluring red lips. Say it, Qin Feiyang said. Help me search for the medicinal herbs for the potential pill. Ren Wushuang was slightly stunned. Those medicinal herbs have been used up so quickly? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wushuang said. Then why are you still searching? Let me tell you, don't be too greedy. If Grandpa finds out, he will definitely scold me to death. You don't know. I'm preparing to give the list of medicinal herbs for the potential pill to Precious Treasure Pavilion. Once they know, they will definitely increase the price. So, I want to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Then why did you give the list of medicinal herbs to Precious Treasure Pavilion? Did Precious Treasure Pavilion have something on you and force you to hand over the list? Ren Wushwang frowned. What could I have on you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. His eyes flashed. I just want to fish. What do you mean? Ren Wushwang furrowed his brows tightly. Qin Feiyang said, I have my own plans. Can you not ask so many questions? Just tell me, will you help me or not? You're asking for help with such an attitude? Ren Wushwang suddenly stood up and stretched out his little demonic claws. He directly grabbed Qin Feiyang's ear and pulled it hard. Softer, softer, it hurts. Qin Feiyang wailed at once. Apologize and admit your mistake. Ren Wushwang revealed a mouthful of white teeth, looking very pleased with himself. Good, 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 I was wrong, I apologize to you. If that doesn't work, I'll massage your shoulders and legs, Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. Ren Wushwang's cheeks reddened. He spat lightly. Pei, who wants you to massage my shoulders and legs? All right, since you're so obedient, I'll help you one more time. Thank you, sister. Qin Feiyang chuckled and hurriedly entered the ancient castle. He found Lu Hong and asked for 3 pieces of white paper, brush, and ink to list the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill one by one. He did not list out the potential pill and Zhuge Yellow Dragon pill, because now was not the right time. If he also plundered the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill and Zhuge Yellow Dragon pill this time, then after he gave the list of medicinal ingredients to Yin Yuanming, with Yin Yuanming's intelligence, he would definitely discover some clues. After Ren Wushwang received the list, he did not waste any time and immediately opened the teleportation gate and left. Qin Feiyang also headed to the prison. Zhao He, this person, he had to meet him. In front of the prison gate, 10 black armored guards stood upright like javelins. Their gazes were extremely sharp. But there were 2 unfamiliar faces. Fan Jian had been promoted to commander, and Wei Zhongyang had died. Naturally, someone had to replace him. Once they saw Qin Feiyang descending on the square, 8 of them had a fawning expression on their faces. These 8 people were from the same period as Fan Jian and could be considered old guards. What are you all doing? Although Qin Feiyang's talent is outstanding and he also has the potential pill in his hands, there's no need to curry favor with him like this, right? That's right, you don't have any backbone at all. Moreover, even if you curry favor with him, he won't reward you with a potential pill, the 2 unfamiliar guards said. Looking at the 8 guards, their eyes were also full of disdain. What do you know? Back then, Commander Fan Jian was just like us, an ordinary guard that could not be more ordinary. But in the end, because of fate with this person, Commander Fan Jian not only stepped into the war master that everyone dreams of, but also became a general under the mansion master. Let me tell you, although this person will not give us the potential pill for no reason, as long as we have a good relationship with him, we will definitely benefit in the future. The 8 old guards sneered. So Commander Fan Jian has today's status because of him? The 2 unfamiliar bodyguards stared at Qin Feiyang with dumbfounded expressions. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Then, a fawning expression appeared on their faces. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also came to the bottom of the stairs and walked towards the 10 guards. Brother Qin, long time no see. During this period of time, where have you been? If you're not busy, can you give me face and have a few drinks? The 2 unfamiliar bodyguards ran even faster than the 8 veteran bodyguards. Moreover, they called each other brothers. They were very intimate, causing the 8 veteran bodyguards to roll their eyes. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was also a little stunned. However, he was not stupid. With a glance, he saw through the clues and said with a smile, When I'm free, I'll treat all of you to a good drink at the Drunken Dream Inn. Of course, that included the 8 veteran guards. He did not want to offend anyone. Of course, he might not have the chance to drink with these people, but saying this made them feel comfortable. As expected, the 8 old guards were also full of smiles. When Qin Feiyang walked up, one of the rather burly old guards took a step forward and said with a smile, Brother Qin, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Duo, the current captain of the guards. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Li Duo hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This is all thanks to you. If you didn't get rid of Wei Zhongyang, I wouldn't have the chance to sit on the captain's position." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Brother Li is too polite. Let's take care of each other in the future." Sigh. Li Duo looked at Qin Feiyang and suddenly let out a long sigh. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "I'm just lamenting. If it were someone else, with your achievements, I'm afraid they wouldn't even bother to look at us." Li Duo sighed. The old guard next to him also said, "Yes, a young man like Brother Qin, you can't find a second one in the city." The others also nodded in agreement. Being praised like this, Qin Feiyang was a little embarrassed. Li Duo shook his head and laughed, waving his hand. All right, everyone disperse, don't block Brother Qin's way." "Brother Qin, what business do you have in the prison this time?" Qin Feiyang said. "I want to see Zhao He." "Zhao He?" Everyone was shocked. Li Duo said in a low voice. "Qin Feiyang, Zhao He is now a serious criminal. Did you get the mansion lord's permission before coming?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "To tell Brother Qin the truth, when Lord Wang Hong locked Zhao He in the prison, he personally said that we must get the mansion lord's permission." Li Duo was a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang frowned. Seeing this, Li Duo's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Qin Feiyang was not going to hide it, and hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, it's not that I'm not reasonable, it's because I have no other choice, please forgive me." "Brother Li, you're too serious." Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to turn and leave. Whoosh! But at this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Wang Hong landed beside Qin Feiyang like a meteor. "Greetings, Lord Wang Hong." Li Duo and the others hurriedly bowed. Wang Hong nodded, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and said to Li Duo, "I'm here with the mansion lord's verbal order. In the future, no matter who Qin Feiyang comes to see, no one is allowed to stop him." "Yes," Li Duo replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang was a little puzzled, and said, "Senior Wang Hong, how did the mansion lord know that I'm here?" Wang Hong said, "In Lingzhou, there's nothing that the mansion lord doesn't know." Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he muttered, "If he's really that powerful, he wouldn't have let that Mu Tianyang escape." Wang Hong frowned and said, "What are you muttering about?" Nothing. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and looked at Li Duo with a smile. "Brother Li, please open the door." "Okay." Li Duo nodded and immediately turned to open the door. When the stone door opened, Qin Feiyang followed Li Duo in. But Wang Hong also followed in. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a smile, "Senior, I can go in by myself, I don't need you to accompany me." "Do you think I want to?" Wang Hong muttered in his heart as he walked forward without saying a word. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and strode after him, his face full of confusion. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of cell number 8. When Li Duo opened the cell door, he saw Zhao He sitting on the ground with a pitch-black iron chain on his hands and feet. After being imprisoned for half a year, whether it was his spirit or his expression, he was completely different from the previous Zhao He. At the same time, Zhao He also opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, his old eyes revealing a cold light. Qin Feiyang walked into the cell and said indifferently, "Old man, are you used to living here?" "Not only am I used to it, this old man also likes the environment here. On the other hand, you must have suffered for the past 6 months." Zhao He sneered. "Uncomfortable?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "Stop pretending. Back then, that ruffian wolf overestimated himself and dared to compete with this old man. If this old man is not wrong, it should be dead already, right?" Zhao He mocked. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold, but in the next moment, a faint smile crawled onto his face and said, "With a war master like you accompanying me in death, even if the white-eyed wolf dies, it's worth it." "Accompany me in death? Haha, brat, you're too naive. To think that I, Zhao He, have followed the palace lord for so many years, even if I don't have any contributions, I have at least worked hard. How could he possibly kill me? Do you believe that after a while, this old man will be able to walk out of here unscathed? Zhao He shook his head, his eyes as if he was looking at an idiot. Wang Hong raised his eyebrows and shouted, Zhao He, don't spout nonsense. Zhao He laughed. Wang Hong, since things have come to this point, don't hide it anymore, tell him the truth. Chapter 505. Wang Hong furrowed his brows, seemingly at a loss for words. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Hong and asked. Could it be that the mansion master was lying to him, and that Zhao He was just a temporary measure? Once the commotion died down, Zhao He would be released? Wang Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang before looking at Zhao He. What are you talking about? Zhao He chuckled. Wang Hong, it's already been half a year. There's really no need to continue hiding it from him. Speak clearly. Wang Hong's frown deepened. All right, if you won't say it, I'll say it. Zhao He smiled faintly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. The mansion master locked me up in prison just to give the world an explanation. Qin Feiyang's gaze darkened. At the same time, Wang Hong's expression changed as well. Old man Zhao, don't spout nonsense. Zhao He smiled faintly. You know best whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and turned to look at Wang Hong. Is that so? Wang Hong hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang, he's fanning the flames. Don't fall for his trick. Zhao He's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Qin Feiyang, Wang Hong hid it from you because he was afraid that you would find out the truth and cause trouble for the mansion master. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shut up, I want Wang Hong to tell me personally. All right, I'll shut up. After all, this is a very cruel truth. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for them to accept it in a short period of time. Zhao He chuckled. Wang Hong glanced at Zhao He, looking a little irritated. Speak! Qin Feiyang shouted, his gaze a little aggressive. Wang Hong sighed and said, After being together for so long, don't you know what kind of person the old master is? Even if his family members make a mistake, he won't tolerate it, let alone Zhao He. Zhao He nodded again. Yes. I was just spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Wang Hong's face instantly darkened as he said, Old man Zhao, I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? All right, this old man will not speak again. However, this old man wants to see how long some people can jump around for. Zhao He's eyes were full of mockery, and his words were full of meaning. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhao He before looking at Wang Hong again. His face was as gloomy as water. Wang Hong frowned and said, I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. I don't want to think too much about the rest. It's up to you to believe it or not. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped Zhao He's face. Following the sound of a slap, a bright red palm print immediately appeared on Zhao He's old face. Zhao He was stunned on the spot. Wang Hong and Li Duo were also stunned. What was going on? Didn't he believe Zhao He's words? Why did he suddenly slap him? Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. His gloomy face had already disappeared, replaced by full mockery. He turned to look at Zhao He and shook his head. With your little IQ, you still want to sow discord. Don't you find it laughable? Hearing this, Wang Hong and Li Duo immediately understood. It turned out that Qin Feiyang didn't really believe Zhao He's slanderous words. He was just accompanying Zhao He to finish this show. It could be seen that this guy was in a good mood now. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time here with Zhao He. He actually didn't believe it. On the other hand, Zhao He's eyes were full of disbelief. He had thought carefully about every sentence before, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't fool Qin Feiyang. Why aren't you saying anything? Come, continue. I'm all ears. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at Zhao He calmly, the corners of his mouth pursed with a hint of playfulness. It's up to you to believe it or not. A sinister light flashed across Zhao He's eyes. Slap! Qin Feiyang raised his arm and nimbly slapped Zhao He's face, saying, I didn't ask you to speak nonsense. Have you had enough? Zhao He angrily waited for him. Hey! Qin Feiyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He said, To be honest, it's not enough. After that, a fierce look crawled up his face, one slap after another on Zhao He's old face. Slap, slap, slap. The slaps were sharp and ear-piercing. After a while, Zhao He's old face was beaten beyond recognition. Blood flowed all over the ground. After dozens of slaps, Qin Feiyang finally stopped. He shook off the blood on his hand and said with a smile, I didn't expect your skin to be so thick at your age. My hands are sore. Tell me, how do these slaps feel? Does it feel good? Zhao He stared at him and gritted his teeth. Little bastard, don't be complacent too early. I'm already complacent. Now, even if I ride on top of your head, you can only stare. Qin Feiyang teased. Zhao He's blood-stained old eyes were filled with resentment. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and said to Wang Hong, Senior, I want to talk to Zhao He alone. Talk alone? Wang Hong was puzzled, but he didn't say anything and left the cell with Li Duo. Qin Feiyang turned around and closed the stone door. He then looked at Zhao He and said, Tell me honestly, what's your relationship with Mu Tianyang? From the current situation, the person who secretly rescued Zhao He twice should be Mu Tianyang. Because in the entire spiritual state, only Mu Tianyang's strength could fight with the old man. Mu Tianyang? But when Zhao He heard this, his eyes were filled with confusion. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Zhao He didn't know Mu Tianyang at all. After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang said again, Then let me ask you, who saved you back then? Zhao He's eyes flashed, and he sneered. What does it have to do with you? Forget it if you don't want to say. Qin Feiyang turned around and was about to leave. He's a big shot that you can't afford to offend. He's even stronger than the mansion master. Let me tell you, you'll die in his hands sooner or later. Zhao He sneered. Is that so? Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at Zhao He. What do you think? Zhao He sneered. Then tell me, why did he save you? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao He said, Because I'm friends with him. Master? Qin Feiyang was stunned and then couldn't help but laugh. One had to know that even the holy monkey in the Grand Canyon was only qualified to be Mu Tianyang's subordinate. How could a mere commander of the spiritual state be worthy of being Mu Tianyang's friend? Shouldn't he at least find a more reliable reason to lie? Then congratulations on having such a powerful friend. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to leave. Zhao He didn't know anything at all. It was a complete waste of time to continue probing. It was better to follow his plan. Maybe he could really catch Mu Tianyang, this big fish. After leaving the prison, Qin Feiyang was also ready to search for medicinal herbs. After all, the efficiency of Ren Wushuang alone was too slow. But he found that Wang Hong was still following him. At first, he didn't say anything and flew toward the bustling city. But no matter where he went, Wang Hong followed. Finally, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but stop in the void. He turned to look at Wang Hong and asked in confusion, Senior, aren't you going to investigate that valley? Wang Hong smiled faintly. Fan Jian and the others are going, so I won't go. But you can't keep following me. Qin Feiyang frowned. I've known you for so long, but I haven't had a good time with you. Now that I have time, I can spend more time with you. Wang Hong smiled. Spend more time with you? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Only a fool would believe such a lame excuse. His eyes darkened and he said in a deep voice, Senior, tell me honestly, are you spying on me? Spying? Wang Hong was stunned and shook his head with a smile. Your imagination is really rich. Tell me, why would I spy on you? Qin Feiyang said. I wouldn't ask you if I knew. Wang Hong immediately looked disappointed and sighed. Sigh, things are different now. You're no longer the Qin Feiyang from the county of Yan. Now, even I can't compare to you. Qin Feiyang was astonished. The corners of his mouth pursed into a bitter smile as he said, "All right, all right, all right. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Moreover, you can follow me for as long as you want. This should be fine, right? That's more like it." Wang Hong rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and smiled. He added, "Don't get it wrong. I'm not going to follow you. I just want to spend more time with you and get to know you better." "Fine, fine, fine. Up to you." Qin Feiyang nodded and opened a portal. He went straight to the second alchemy room in the inner sanctum. "Take a seat." After calling out to Wang Hong, Qin Feiyang entered the alchemy room and prepared to refine the battle chi pill. Wang Hong really didn't want to leave. After looking at the environment here, he entered the lounge and sat on a chair. He looked at Qin Feiyang, who was busy in the alchemy room, with interest. Qin Feiyang was also annoyed. He wanted to search for herbs, but he didn't expect Wang Hong to put on such a show. But why was that? Spend more time with him? Understand him better? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe these lies. Wang Hong was most likely here to spy on him, and it must have something to do with the mansion master. But why would the mansion master spy on him? Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. But no matter what the reason was, it was inconvenient for him to do anything with Wang Hong following him. So, he decided to make pills and waste his time with Wang Hong. When Wang Hong lost his patience, he would naturally leave. However, it was Qin Feiyang who lost his patience first. Because 3 days had passed, Wang Hong was still sitting in the lounge and didn't leave at all. What is this person trying to do? Qin Feiyang stood next to the alchemy furnace. He was making pills and thinking at the same time. His brows were tightly knitted together. Buzz! Suddenly, the image crystal rang. He thought that it must be Ren Wuxuang who sent him a message. But now that Wang Hong was here, he couldn't talk to Ren Wuxuang. What should he do? He thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. After refining the pills in the alchemy furnace, he turned off the alchemy fire and turned to Wang Hong with a smile. "Senior, I have to go to the ancient castle. Do you want to come with me?" "Ancient castle?" Wang Hong's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Since you invited me, of course I have to go." In fact, it was because he had been interested in the ancient castle for a long time, but he didn't have the chance to go in and take a look. Now that the opportunity came to him, how could he miss it? However, what he didn't know was that Qin Feiyang was only saying those words out of courtesy. Chapter 506. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Inviting him with great hospitality? He really wanted to ask Wang Hong how he could tell that he was inviting him with great hospitality. But since he had already said it, he couldn't possibly go back on his word, right? Moreover, Wang Hong was an honest and upright person and could be trusted. However, he entered the castle to send a message to Ren Wuxuang. If Wang Hong followed him in, wouldn't he be unable to do anything? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and left Wang Hong behind to go to the castle alone. At this time, he couldn't care less about going back on his word. This sudden turn of events caused Wang Hong's expression to turn blank. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang didn't delay and immediately took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared. It was indeed Ren Wuxuang. "What happened just now?" Ren Wuxuang looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Wang Hong has been following me." "Hmm?" Ren Wuxuang was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why is he following you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I don't know either, but I guess he might be following your grandfather's orders to monitor me." "Impossible. Why would my grandfather monitor you?" Ren Wuxuang shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's not talk about this first. Where are the herbs?" Ren Wuxuang said, "They are all with me, but there are only a total of 50 sets." "So few?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. But when he thought about it, he felt relieved. The herbs for the potential pill were originally very few, and when he first came to the capital, he had also plundered once. In such a short time, it was already very impressive that the treasure pavilion could collect more than 50 sets of herbs. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said, "I'll leave the herbs with you first. After I send Wang Hong away, I'll go find you." Ren Wusheng nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Do you want me to ask grandfather?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "There's no need. If I want to slip away, Wang Hong won't be able to stop me." "You stinking brat!" Ren Wusheng laughed and scolded him. He nodded and said, "That's fine. When the time comes, you can come directly to the cultivation room to find me." Then, he turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and made a list of medicinal ingredients for the potential pill. Then, he left the castle. "Stinking brat, are you toying with me?" When Qin Feiyang appeared in the alchemy room, a thunderous roar entered his ears. He saw Wang Hong standing at the entrance of the alchemy room, glaring at him angrily. Qin Feiyang shrugged and said innocently, "I'm not really letting you in. Why are you so agitated? If that's the case, why are you still asking?" Wang Hong said furiously. "I'm just asking casually. Don't take it too seriously." Qin Feiyang chuckled and waved his hand, opening a portal. "Where are you going?" Seeing this, Wang Hong asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Treasure Pavilion, do you want to go? This time, I definitely won't leave you behind and run away alone." "Nonsense, of course I'm going." Wang Hong rolled his eyes at him and took the lead to enter the portal. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, following him in. "Treasure Pavilion, resting room." The two of them descended out of thin air, but there was no one in the resting room. Qin Feiyang pointed to the chair beside the tea table and smiled at Wang Hong. "Senior, please take a seat." Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Why did this brat come to the treasure pavilion as if it was his own home? Qin Feiyang smiled, turned and opened the door. Walking out of the resting room, he looked at the few guards at the entrance of the corridor and said, "Tell your stewardine to come here immediately." The few guards were shocked, but when they saw that it was Qin Feiyang, they immediately bowed and saluted. "Greetings, young Master Qin." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with an easygoing smile, "I have something urgent to do. Go quickly." "Okay." A guard immediately turned and ran downstairs. In less than 10 breaths, Yin Yuanming hurriedly ran into the resting room. The moment he saw Qin Feiyang, it was as if he had seen the god of fortune, his eyes shining. But suddenly, he noticed Wang Hong at the side, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Commander Wang, why are you free today to visit my treasure pavilion?" Wang Hong said, "I came with Qin Feiyang. Just pretend that I don't exist." Yin Yuanming was stunned. What was going on? Of course, as a smart businessman, it was impossible for him to ask. He walked to the tea table and sat down. While making tea, he asked, "Brother Qin, you came to find me. Is there something good?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "You don't say, there is something good this time." Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up and he forgot to make tea. He asked in surprise, "What is it?" Qin Feiyang took out the list of medicinal herbs for the potential pill and placed it on the tea table. Yin Yuanming and Wang Hong looked over at the same time. But their expressions were different. Yin Yuanming was suspicious. Wang Hong, on the other hand, was bewildered. Because he knew the medicinal herbs for the potential pill, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the list. "What is it?" The more Yin Yuanming looked, the more confused he was. In the end, he grabbed the list and looked at it carefully. Snow crystal, blood ginseng, 9 suns flower. Aren't these the names of the medicinal herbs? What? There are actually 33 types. At the end, Yin Yuanming was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking in surprise, "What kind of medicinal herbs are these?" "Potential pill." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yin Yuanming's body trembled. This was the list of medicinal herbs for the potential pill. He lowered his head and looked at the list in his hand. His gaze couldn't help but tremble. This wasn't right. In the past, he had asked Qin Feiyang for the list of medicinal herbs many times, but Qin Feiyang wouldn't tell him no matter what. Why did he suddenly send it to him now? Could it be that this kid was playing some tricks? Yin Yuanming looked at Qin Feiyang warily and said, "Kid, I know you too well. You won't be so kind. Tell me honestly, what is your motive?" Wang Hong was also puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "I didn't expect you to know me so well. But this time, I really don't have any other motive. I just have a small request." "Really?" Yin Yuanming had a look of disbelief. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Yuanming looked at him suspiciously and said, "Then tell me, what is your request?" Qin Feiyang said, "In the future, other than me, as long as someone buys these medicinal herbs from the Precious Treasure Pavilion, you have to tell me immediately." "That's it?" Yin Yuanming was stunned. "Wasn't this too easy?" Qin Feiyang said. "Don't think it's easy. I need information on all the Precious Treasure Pavilions in the spiritual state, including the Yan and Pan counties." "All of them?" Yin Yuanming was in disbelief and said, "Can I ask why?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I won't reveal anything for now. As long as you do as I say, this list of medicinal herbs is yours." "Deal!" Yin Yuanming nodded without hesitation. This was because this request wasn't even a request to him at all. He only needed to give an order. "Then I'll take my leave." Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. He opened the portal and walked in with Wang Hong. When the portal disappeared, Yin Yuanming laughed and shouted, "Die, come in quickly!" Soon, Qin Die, who was wearing a long red dress, pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the happy Yin Yuanming, Qin Die smiled and asked, "Manager, why are you so happy? Look at this. This is the list of medicinal herbs for the potential elixir. Qin Feiyang sent it to me personally. How can I not be happy?" Yin Yuanming laughed. "This?" Qin Die was stunned. She grabbed the list and looked at it carefully. "Tell the managers of the Precious Treasure Pavilions in the major cities to collect these herbs and send them all to the city. This way, Qin Feiyang will have to depend on my mood if he wants to buy these herbs in the future." Yin Yuanming was full of joy. This time, he finally had the initiative. In the future, he wouldn't have to be restrained when dealing with Qin Feiyang. "I'll go right away." Qin Die was so happy that she didn't want to leave. But when she reached the door, she turned to Yin Yuanming and asked, "Do you want to tell the managers directly?" "Not directly. After all, you can't judge a book by its cover. If they know that these are the herbs for the potential elixir, they might take them for themselves. So only you, me, and the Grand Hall Master know," Yin Yuanming said solemnly. Qin Die said in surprise, "Even the managers of the West, South, and North cities don't know?" "Yes, they don't know." Yin Yuanming nodded. "I understand," Qin Die said and turned to leave. "Great, I've finally reaped the rewards." Yin Yuanming sat in the lounge and sighed. But suddenly he frowned. Although the potential elixir was precious, the elixir that could allow him to break through 5 small realms was also very valuable. It would be even better if he could get the list of medicinal herbs for the elixir. After thinking for a while, Yin Yuanming shook his head and laughed. He said to himself, "Qin Feiyang's character is really unpredictable. I can't force him. I can only wait for the right time." In short, she could have small fights and jokes with Qin Feiyang, but she definitely couldn't make their relationship stiff. As for how to maintain this relationship, Yin Yuanming was very confident that there wouldn't be any problems. Bang! But then, the door was suddenly knocked open and Qin Die ran back, panting. Yin Yuanming, who was happy, frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh no," Qin Die said breathlessly. Yin Yuanming's eyelids twitched and he said hurriedly, "Take a breath first." Phew. Qin Die took a few deep breaths and said, "I just contacted the managers of the West, North, and South cities and they told me a very bad news. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me." Yin Yuanming urged. Qin Die said, 3 days ago, a woman bought all the medicinal herbs. What? Yin Yuanming stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said hurriedly, "What did the managers of the treasure pavilions in the other cities say?" Qin Die said, "I haven't asked yet." "Go and ask immediately. Forget it, I'll ask them myself. You should also quickly go and check if our medicinal herbs have been bought by anyone," Yin Yuanming said. "Okay." Qin Die turned and ran out. Yin Yuanming also took out the image crystal and tirelessly contacted them one by one. In the end, the answer was surprisingly similar. They were all bought by a woman. After a while, Qin Die returned to the lounge again. Yin Yuanming asked hurriedly, "How is it?" Qin Die's face was very ugly. She said, "They were all bought 3 days ago. How's your side?" "Same," Yin Yuanming said weakly, slumping on the chair. He didn't expect to be tricked by Qin Feiyang again. Bastard, bastard! He knew that this kid was not so kind. Chapter 507. Inner Hall. Alchemy Room Number 2. Qin Feiyang sat in the lounge with a smile on his face. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine Yin Yuanming's expression when he found out that all the herbs had been plundered. Wang Hong looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "You've been smiling ever since you came back. What are you smiling about?" "Cough, cough." Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a faint smile, "Nothing?" Wang Hong said, "Then why did you give the list of herbs for the potential pill to the treasure pavilion?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You'll know when the time is right." Wang Hong frowned slightly. He didn't have much contact with Qin Feiyang in the past, so he didn't care much about his deeds. But after these 3 days of interaction, he felt that this kid in front of him was like a vast ocean. It was really hard to guess. "Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to go cultivate." "Help yourself," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He got up and walked into the independent cultivation room. He sat cross-legged on the futon and took out the battle chi pill. Now that he didn't have to copy the 6-word divine formula, he didn't have to go to the castle to cultivate. But before he could consume the battle chi pill, the image crystal in his arms suddenly rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He took out the image crystal and poured his battle chi into it. A shadow quickly appeared. It was Yin Yuanming. Seeing Yin Yuanming, Qin Feiyang's smile became even wider. But he pretended not to know anything and said in surprise, "There's news so soon? Don't play dumb in front of me! Bastard, aren't you too unjust?" Yin Yuanming said angrily. He was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said angrily. "I even gave you the list of herbs for the potential pill. Aren't you being righteous? It's true that you gave me the list, but where are the herbs? Do you dare to say that you didn't plunder the herbs of the various treasure pavilions?" Yin Yuanming stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. This kid was too cunning. "Herbs?" Qin Feiyang was confused. Seeing this, Yin Yuanming's lungs were about to explode from anger. Was there any point in pretending even now? "Who?" He exhaled deeply and said, "I didn't send you a message to condemn you. I have a piece of news to tell you." "What news?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Yin Yuanming said, "I found the coordinates of Cloud State." "Really?" Qin Feiyang was delighted. Whoosh! But at the same time, Wang Hong suddenly stood up and stepped into the cultivation room. He looked at Yin Yuanming and asked, "Do you really know the coordinates of the Cloud State?" His tone and gaze seemed to be threatening. Yin Yuanming was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. "What's going on? I'll ask you again. Do you really know?" Wang Hong's back was facing Qin Feiyang. He looked at Yin Yuanming with an undisguised threat in his eyes. As a businessman, he had seen countless people. How could Yin Yuanming not see through the clues? He decisively turned off the image crystal. Watching Yin Yuanming's virtual image disappear, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Senior, did you follow me to stop me from going to Cloud State?" Wan Hong was silent for a moment. He turned to Qin Feiyang and nodded. Yes, you are not allowed to go anywhere before the Battle of the 9 Provinces begins. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Is this an order from the old master? Wan Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel upset. If he had known this, he wouldn't have asked the old master about the coordinates of Cloud State. Now, he was grounded. Lowering his head and thinking for a moment, Qin Feiyang looked up at Wan Hong and said with a faint smile, Don't worry. I won't go to Cloud State. Of course, it's best. Wan Hong smiled, but then his face darkened and he said, But you, boy, don't play any tricks. How dare I? Qin Feiyang smiled and asked in confusion, Can you tell me why the old master doesn't want me to go to Cloud State? The old master is concerned about you. He is afraid that something will happen to you. Of course, you are also the key to victory in this battle of the 9 provinces. Wan Hong said. This man was now a 6-star combat emperor. With his cultivation speed, he could definitely enter the War Master realm before the Battle of the 9 Provinces. By then, with the help of the 3 kings of the Inner Palace, the spiritual state's chances of winning would be higher. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang had the Juki Yellow Dragon Elixir. The Juki Yellow Dragon Elixir could create a large number of War Masters. If Qin Feiyang went to Cloud State and something happened, the people of Cloud State would get the Juki Yellow Dragon Elixir. Then, they would have no chance of winning. Qin Feiyang understood this logic. He looked at Wan Hong deeply and didn't say anything. He swallowed a battle chi elixir and began to cultivate. As long as Wan Hong didn't feel tired, he didn't mind. Moreover, having a war master to protect him was a good thing. Inside the ancient castle. At this moment, Fatso was like an ant on a hot pan. He was extremely anxious. Lu Hong had been paying attention to him for a long time. She couldn't help but frown. Damn Fatso, what is on your mind? Can't you just say it? It's none of your business, Fatso said without turning his head. Lu Hong frowned. What's wrong with this damn Fatso? Can he see that she cares about him? Do you think I want to care? She pouted and said. Then, she closed her eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Spring passed and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. For half a year, Qin Feiyang had been cultivating and didn't leave the cultivation room. On this day, in the quiet cultivation room, a powerful aura suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 bright lights shot out from his eyes. Wan Hong, who was cultivating in the resting room, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He broke through again so quickly. That's right. After half a year of seclusion, Qin Feiyang finally took another step forward and became a 7-star combat emperor. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't satisfied with the speed that surprised Wan Hong. He sighed deeply and withdrew his aura. He stood up and nodded at Wan Hong before disappearing without a trace. Half a year had passed, and the cultivation of Wolf King, Fatty, and the others must have undergone earth-shattering changes. He wanted to compare himself with the white-eyed wolf, and see how big the gap was between them. Because the white-eyed wolf had opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. However, when he entered the ancient castle, he was stunned. The white-eyed wolf's aura was on par with his. One must know. Before the white-eyed wolf went into seclusion, he was only a 5-star combat emperor. In other words, Wolf King only used half a year to break through 2 levels. On average, he broke through 1 level every 3 months. However, it took him half a year to break through 1 level. The gap was actually half. Qin Feiyang found it hard to accept this result. Although the white-eyed wolf had opened the 4th level, he had also opened the 3rd level. The gap shouldn't be so big. Swoosh! Wolf King opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, How is it? Do you regret it now? Qin Feiyang said angrily. No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. Hee hee. Wolf King grinned and said, I told you not to be impulsive. You didn't listen. Now you can't blame others. Nonsense. I didn't regret it. Even if I were given another chance, I would still choose to take the 9-chew yellow dragon pill and fight with Dong Qin. Qin Feiyang said. It was a matter of dignity. He couldn't back down. Okay, you have a backbone. But according to this calculation, you may not be able to step into the Master Realm before the 9 Regions War starts. After all, it's only a year. Wolf King said with a sneaky smile. Don't I still have you? Qin Feiyang wasn't worried at all. Although it would take more time to break through the 8-star Combat Emperor and 9-star Combat Emperor than to break through the 7-star Combat Emperor, with the White-Eyed Wolf's speed, he could definitely enter the Master Realm. As long as it was there was nothing to worry about. Qin Feiyang looked at Luo Qianxue and the others again. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue had been in the castle for a year. They had been cultivating all day, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Luo Qianxue's cultivation had reached the 5-star Combat Emperor. Lin Yi's cultivation had also reached the 5-star Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Hong was stronger than Luo Qianxue. She was now a 6-star Combat Emperor. When the 9 Regions War started, it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. As for the Pangolin strength, it was only below Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. It was a 4-star Combat Emperor. No! But when Qin Feiyang's gaze fell on Fatso, his eyes suddenly widened. This guy's cultivation was actually a 5-star Combat Emperor? How could he be so fast? Fatso had already stepped into the 9-star Combat Emperor realm some time ago. After opening the 4th level of the Gate of Potential, he immediately took the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. Isn't that right? He directly broke through to the 5-star Combat Emperor realm and is now trying to break through to the 6-star Combat Emperor realm. It won't be long before even he will surpass you. The Wolf King snickered at the side, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely. At the same time, he felt an unprecedented pressure in his heart. He knew Fatso too well. If he really did surpass him, he would definitely make fun of him every day. It seemed that he had to work harder. However, seeing everyone's strength soar crazily, he felt rather gratified. Because this way, when he returned to the imperial capital, he would be even more confident. Suddenly, Wolf King seemed to have noticed something. He looked at Fatso suspiciously and said telepathically, Little Qin Zi, don't you think there's something wrong with Fatso? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked at Fatso again. After careful observation, he found that although Fatso's eyes were closed, he could see that there was a trace of struggle between his brows. What was this guy hiding in his heart? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. However, he didn't ask. He turned to look at Wolf King and said, Now, other than the old man, everyone thinks that you have been killed by Zhao He. So, don't go out for the time being. Stay here and focus on cultivating. Why? Wolf King was a little unhappy. When the Battle of the 9 Provinces starts, you will appear. At that time, the expressions of those who want you to die will be very interesting. Qin Feiyang sneered. There were more than 1 or 2 people who wanted the white-eyed wolf to die. All right. Wolf King nodded reluctantly. Half a year in a coma, half a year in seclusion, added up to a whole year. It hadn't gone out to behave atrociously for a year. It was almost sick from holding it in. Chapter 508. Have you finally thought it through? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He turned to look at Fatso and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Fatso hesitated for a moment and nodded. There is indeed something I want to discuss with you, Qin Feiyang said. Speak, Fatso said. I really want to go to Cloud Prefecture. Why? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Hong and the others also opened their eyes and looked at Fatso suspiciously. Fatso lowered his head and did not dare to look at them. He said timidly, Can I tell you after we go to Cloud Prefecture? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. What was the relationship between Fatso and Cloud Prefecture? Wolf King said. If you don't tell us, we won't go. Lu Hong frowned and said, I'm curious. Qin Feiyang has already told us his true identity. What else can you not say? Besides, there are no outsiders here. Don't force me, okay? Fatso raised his head and looked at everyone pleadingly. Qin Feiyang was silent. Looking at Fatso's evasive eyes, he was a little angry. However, since Fatty had already put it this way, he couldn't really get angry. A moment later, Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go to Cloud Prefecture. Thank you, boss. Fatso was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. We're all brothers. Don't be so polite. Fatso scratched his head and asked impatiently. Then when are we leaving? Don't worry. Before we go, we have to find a way to get the coordinates. Otherwise, with our speed, it will take half a year to fly to Cloud Prefecture. Qin Feiyang smiled. Wolf King asked, What about Wang Hong? Wang Hong, it's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It would be easy for him to get rid of Wang Hong. The main thing was that the coordinates were not easy to get. The only people who knew the coordinates were the old master and Yin Yuanming. The old man would definitely not give it to him. If he went to look for the old man again, the old man would probably imprison him. Therefore, he could only start with Yin Yuanming. However, because of his relationship with the old man, it would definitely be difficult to pry open Yin Yuanming's mouth. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. He left the castle and opened a teleportation gate. Wang Hong immediately entered the cultivation room and asked, Where are you going? Qin Feiyang retreated to the side, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Let's go outside the city. After you. So troublesome. Wang Hong glared at him and walked into the portal. However, Qin Feiyang didn't follow him in. He opened another teleportation gate and ran in. Outside the city, above a dense forest, Wang Hong appeared out of thin air. He glanced below and frowned. What are you doing here? But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear Qin Feiyang's reply. Wang Hong suddenly felt uneasy. He hurriedly looked back. Where was Qin Feiyang? Damn brat! He immediately opened the teleportation gate and returned to the second alchemy room. After searching the alchemy room, the resting room, and the cultivation room, he still didn't see Qin Feiyang. He immediately knew that he had been deceived by Qin Feiyang. Scram, don't let me catch you. Wang Hong was furious. He opened another teleportation gate and walked in. Treasure Pavilion, resting room. Yin Yuanming sat by the coffee table, frowning. Why did the mansion master stop Qin Feiyang from going to Yuzhou? He even asked Wang Hong to monitor him personally? Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. Yin Yuanming was stunned. He waved his hand and said, You came at the right time. Come and sit. I have something to ask you. Now is not the time. When Wang Hong comes to find you later, tell him that you didn't see me. After Qin Feiyang said this, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. What's going on? Yin Yuanming frowned. Whoosh! In less than 5 breaths, the void trembled. Wang Hong appeared out of thin air and said angrily, Yin Yuanming, get Qin Feiyang out immediately. Yin Yuanming was stunned. Did this brat escape? Interesting. He secretly snickered and revealed a perplexed expression. Isn't Qin Feiyang in the inner hall? Wang Hong said impatiently. Don't pretend with me. Get him out. Commander Wang, Qin Feiyang is really not with me. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I still want to settle the score with him. He actually took all the medicinal herbs for the potential pill. This is too much. Yin Yuanming was furious. He really didn't come? Wang Hong frowned. Yin Yuanming sighed. I can't even invite him. Why would he take the initiative to look for me? Then where would he go? Wang Hong frowned and his eyes suddenly flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, It's the mansion master's idea to stop Qin Feiyang from going to Cloud State. If you dare to protect him, you won't be able to bear the consequences. I wouldn't dare. Yin Yuanming smiled bitterly and said, Qin Feiyang really didn't come. If you don't believe me, you can search everywhere. If he's hiding, can I find him? Wang Hong sneered, but he still carefully scanned the lounge. Seeing that there was no trace of Qin Feiyang, he opened the portal and left. When the portal disappeared, Yin Yuanming could not help but break out in cold sweat. Although I've already entered the War Master realm, the pressure that Wang Hong gives me is still as strong as ever. How strong is this person's cultivation? He muttered to himself, his eyes full of fear. The world only knew that the Mansion Master's strength was unfathomable. But in fact, Wang Hong's cultivation was also a mystery. In the entire spiritual state, there were no more than 5 people who knew his true cultivation. Yin Yuanming did not know either. However, the chief pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion once revealed to him that Wang Hong's strength far surpassed the other 9 commanders. He was the strongest existence in the spiritual state other than the Mansion Master. He was also the one who followed the Mansion Master the longest. And he was the Mansion Master's most trusted person. Phew! Yin Yuanming let out a long breath and wiped his cold sweat. He looked at the empty void and said, Qin Feiyang, Wang Hong is gone. You can come out now. But Qin Feiyang did not appear. Yin Yuanming was confused. Since he was gone, why was he still hiding? However, just as he was about to shout, Wang Hong, who had left, appeared in the lounge again. Yin Yuanming's soul almost flew out of his body as cold sweat broke out all over his body. Wang Hong glanced at the lounge and frowned at Yin Yuanming. Why are you so nervous? Am I nervous? Yin Yuanming forced himself to be calm. Wang Hong said, The sweat on your face is almost enough to wash your face, and you're saying you're not nervous? Yin Yuanming's heart skipped a beat as he smiled awkwardly. It's just that I'm under a lot of pressure when I'm with you. Wang Hong's face twitched and he said speechlessly, I'm not a demon, what are you afraid of? Yin Yuanming finally calmed down and smiled. I can't help it. Who asked you to be so strong? Even though I'm a combat master now, I can't help but tremble with fear when I'm with you. Wang Hong laughed and said, I'll ask you one last time. You really didn't see Qin Feiyang? I really didn't. Yin Yuanming shook his head. Wang Hong nodded and did not stay any longer. He opened the portal and left quickly. Yin Yuanming collapsed on the chair on the spot, his old face filled with fear. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang finally came out. Bastard, you have to compensate me for my mental damage. Yin Yuanming immediately blew his beard and glared at him. Qin Feiyang walked to the side of the tea table, sat on the chair, and laughed. All right, as long as you give me the coordinates of the cloud region, I will give you a potential pill for free. What? Yin Yuanming was startled, and asked in surprise, You really plan to go to the cloud region? Qin Feiyang nodded. That won't do. You heard what Wang Hong said just now. If I give you the coordinates, I will definitely be sent to jail. Yin Yuanming shook his head like a rattledrum. Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. As long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, who would know that you gave me the coordinates? Yin Yuanming said. Do you think the mansion lord is senile? I can think of it just by thinking about it. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. That's right, if the old man was confused, then there would be no one in this world who was sober. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and asked, Who did you ask for these coordinates from? I might as well go straight to that person and ask for it. Don't bother. The pavilion master told me the coordinates. According to my inquiry, when the pavilion master was young, he went to the cloud region to train. If you had inquired earlier, the pavilion master would have told you. But now, the mansion lord must have also told her. Yin Yuanming said. Qin Feiyang's brows immediately furrowed. He didn't expect that such a simple matter would become so complicated. Yin Yuanming also lowered his head, struggling in his heart. A moment later, he gritted his teeth, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brat, you have done me a favor. If not for the pill you gave me, I might not have been able to step into the War Master in this lifetime. So what? Qin Feiyang looked at him expectantly. Yin Yuanming said, I'll give you the coordinates, just treat it as repaying this favor, but you can't tell anyone else. Qin Feiyang was immediately overjoyed and laughed. Don't worry, even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. I still believe in that. Yin Yuanming also laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Oh right, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to do? I haven't received any news yet. But then again, aren't you the only one who knows the medicinal ingredients for this potential pill? Who else would come to buy it? Yin Yuanming was suspicious. You'll know when the time comes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, he took out a teleportation gate and laughed. Give me the coordinates. Yin Yuanming shook his head. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Once you leave, who knows how long it will take for you to come back. So if you want the coordinates, give me some potential pills and scarlet fire-colored glass pills first. Yin Yuanming looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. This time, he had finally grasped the initiative. It was really not easy. Aren't you making things difficult for me? If I want to refine a pill with 2 pill veins, I still have to go to the sacred hall. If Wang Hong and the palace chief find out about it, can I still escape? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows, looking somewhat displeased. Then refine a pill with 3 pill veins. Yin Yuanming laughed. The potential pill with 3 pill veins and the scarlet fire-colored glass pill were even more valuable. He had wanted them for a long time, but he couldn't find the right opportunity to ask. Chapter 509. However, wanting to extort him, Qin Feiyang, was a wrong idea. Qin Feiyang said, Are you sure you won't give me the coordinates? I didn't say I won't give it to you. I just said give me the pills. Yin Yuanming said with a smile. In the past, he had always been eaten by Qin Feiyang. Now, it was finally his turn to eat Qin Feiyang. Shua! Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words. He directly stood up and took out a teleportation gate. I'll wait for you here. Go and come back quickly. Yin Yuanming laughed, thinking that Qin Feiyang was going to the sacred hall to refine pills. In the future, if you want pills from the treasure pavilion, go find Lu Xingchen and Murong Jing. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and then opened the teleportation gate. Yin Yuanming was slightly taken aback, and his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly stood up and grabbed Qin Feiyang, saying, Don't be angry, I was just joking. I'm not joking. After being together for so long, you should know my personality. I don't like being threatened. Yunzhou, I can go there or not. But our cooperation ends here. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Yin Yuanming's face was a little pale, and he was extremely annoyed in his heart. Why did he get carried away for a moment and forget his limits? Although this kid usually behaved amiably, once he was annoyed, there was no room for discussion. Brother Qin, don't be like this. I'm really just joking. I'll give you the coordinates now. Yin Yuanming dragged Qin Feiyang back to his seat and quickly smiled apologetically. Qin Feiyang said, What about the pills? Yin Yuanming waved his hand and said, The pills are a small matter. It won't be too late to refine them when you come back. Hee hee. Qin Feiyang also laughed and said, I was just joking. I hope Brother Yin doesn't mind. Ha ha, no. Yin Yuanming laughed dryly, his heart bitter. Did he dare to mind? One had to know. Now, the precious treasure pavilion would auction 2 potential pills and scarlet fire-colored glass pills every month. To the people of the city, this had already become a habit. Every time it was time for the auction, before the precious treasure pavilion had even sent out a notice, all the great clans would flock over. It could even be said that the auction of the potential pill and scarlet-colored glass pill was a grand ceremony. Therefore, if there came a day when precious treasure pavilion stopped auctioning, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Yin Yuanming couldn't bear the consequences. I lost another round. He could not help but sigh in his heart, and obediently gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Don't worry, I won't go to any dangerous places this time. If you need the potential pill and the scarlet fire-colored glass pill, Just send me a message. I will think of a way for you as soon as possible. After getting the coordinates, Qin Feiyang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Yin Yuanming nodded. It was such a simple matter, but he actually made it so complicated and almost caused their relationship to be strained. What a muddle-headed old man. Then I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang got up and opened another teleportation gate and strode in. Just as the teleportation gate disappeared, a beautiful purple figure pushed the door open and entered. Yin Yuanming hurriedly got up and bowed. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master said. Fortunately, you remedied the situation in time. Otherwise, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion in the East City might have to be replaced. Yin Yuanming's expression froze and he smiled apologetically. The Pavilion Master sat on the chair and frowned. But why is this kid going to Yunzhou? Yin Yuanming stood at the side and was also very puzzled. Should we inform the Mansion Master? The Pavilion Master pondered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, let him do what he wants. You and I will pretend that we don't know anything. Anyway, that kid is a cat. He has 9 lives and won't die. 9 lives? Yin Yuanming was stunned and then couldn't help but smile bitterly. A majestic mountain range stood tall on the ground. The mountains overlapped, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. Looking down from the sky, it was like a green ocean, with no end in sight. Swoosh! A young man wearing a white robe appeared out of thin air above the mountain. This person was Qin Feiyang. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared and saw the boundless mountains, he couldn't help but frown. This is Yunzhou? He muttered and carefully scanned the area below. Ferocious beasts and birds were everywhere in the mountains. However, their auras weren't very strong. They were basically at the War Emperor level, or below. Roar! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening beast roar came from afar. At the same time, there was a loud noise that shook the heavens and earth. Someone is fighting? Qin Feiyang frowned and flew towards the place where the sound came from. A moment later, he landed on the peak of a mountain that was about 100 feet high and looked down at the forest. He saw that the ancient trees at the foot of the mountain were broken and the mountain rocks collapsed. A strong battle wave spread in all directions. The ones fighting were 3 young men and a young woman and a pitch-black giant crocodile. The giant crocodile was more than 30 meters long. Its entire body was covered with millstone-sized scales that were suffused with a dark luster. The 3 young men were 2 men and a woman. They were all wearing black clothes. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Their temperament was quite extraordinary. But at this moment, the 3 of them were covered in wounds. Because the giant crocodile's strength was 1 level higher than theirs. According to Qin Feiyang's observation, the giant crocodile had the strength of a 4-star war emperor. However, the 3 of them were only 1-star war emperor. They relied on their battle arts to compete with the giant crocodile. As the battle became more and more intense, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually revealed a trace of surprise. The battle arts that the 3 of them had mastered were actually high-grade battle arts. It seemed that the identities of these 3 people were not simple. However, the giant crocodile was born with rough skin and thick flesh. Its defensive power was astonishing. And it had boundless strength. And the 2 rows of fangs in its mouth were sharp and indestructible. Even people of the same level might not be its match. Therefore, these 3 people were basically at a disadvantage. Roar! At this moment, another loud beast roar came from afar. What's going on? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the mountains and rivers that were thousands of meters away. His eyes were filled with suspicion. The beast's roar came from there. But why did he encounter 2 groups of people hunting fierce beasts the moment he arrived? Could it be that this was the hunting ground of the Cloud region? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang noticed that the 3 people who were fighting with the giant crocodile had a small sword embroidered on their chest. It was just that their clothes were somewhat tattered, and Qin Feiyang did not notice it at first. He was too familiar with this small sword. Wasn't it the symbol of the temple? So these 3 people were from the temple. Since their cultivation had reached the War Emperor, then there was no doubt that they were disciples of the inner palace. Whiz! Qin Feiyang did not continue watching and silently flew towards another place where the battle was taking place. A moment later, he entered the forest and flew towards Qin Feiyang. Very quickly, a lake entered his line of sight. 4 young men and women dressed in robes were fighting with a War Emperor fierce beast. The 4 of them all had the cultivation of the War Emperor. 2 of them were dressed in white, while the other 2 were dressed in black. There was also a small sword embroidered on their chest. They were also disciples of the inner palace. Boom! Roar! Gradually, the sound of battle could be heard from many places in all directions. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with suspicion. He went to a few more places where the battle was taking place. Without exception, they were all disciples of the temple's inner palace. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was filled with doubts. Chirp! All of a sudden, a huge beast soared into the sky. It was a falcon. When it spread its wings, it was more than 10 meters long. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its dark eyes were filled with a sharp light. Qin Feiyang stood beside a bush and looked at the falcon. There was a trace of battle art in his eyes. This falcon's cultivation had actually reached the 6-star War Emperor. Whoosh! The falcon soared into the sky, turned in the air, and rushed towards the battlefield below. At that place, 2 young men in black were ganging up on a 2-star War Emperor Black Panther. Both of them had the cultivation of a 3-star War Emperor, and the Black Panther was unable to fight back. But in the end, the falcon swooped down like lightning, and its sharp claws directly crushed the 2 men's heads. Ah! Accompanied by 2 mournful screams, the 2 men died on the spot. So cruel? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. They even dared to kill inner palace disciples. It seemed that this was not a simple experience. Whoosh! But at the same time, 6 figures dashed out from the forest and went straight for the falcon. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 people, and his pupils constricted. These 6 people were actually 5-star War Emperors. Chirp! However, the falcon was not afraid at all. With an ear-piercing screech, it pounced towards one of them. Die! That person was not to be outdone. He waved his hands, and his battle chi surged. He evolved a high-grade battle art and attacked the falcon. At the same time, the other 6 people also made their moves. Their battle chi turned into huge waves that covered the sky and crushed towards the falcon. Seeing that the situation was not good, the falcon spread its wings and soared into the sky. The 6 people were about to chase after it. But a young man in black rushed into the sky first, and shouted coldly, "It's mine! No one is allowed to snatch it!" Seeing the young man in black, the 6 people suddenly stopped in the void, and their faces were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 people, and then raised his head to look at the young man in black. His eyes were flickering. This person was about 1.8 meters tall, and his thick black hair danced in the wind. There was no expression on his cold face. He was like a demon god, and his sharp eyes pierced people's hearts. "Bastard, let's see where you can run to today!" The young man in black had an imposing aura, and his speed was unbelievably fast. In a few blinks of an eye, he caught up with the falcon. "Auxiliary battle art!" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Die!" After catching up with the falcon, the young man in black immediately said coldly. His big hand stretched out in the air, and his battle chi roared, turning into a huge hand that covered the sky. He grabbed the falcon and then clenched his fist. Chirp! Along with a wail, the falcon's huge body was crushed on the spot, and blood stained the sky. "Senior Zhao Wei is indeed powerful." "That's right. Not to mention that falcon, even a 7-star combat emperor or an 8-star combat emperor would be a piece of cake for Senior Zhao Wei. You guys are too shallow. I'm afraid that even a 9-star combat emperor beast would not be a match for Senior Zhao Wei." The 6 5-star combat emperors discussed in a low voice. They looked at the young man in black with eyes full of admiration. Zhao Wei looked at the rain of blood and smiled disdainfully. He lowered his head and looked at the 6 people. His eyes were also filled with contempt, and then he plunged into the depths of the mountain without saying a word. Chapter 510. Zhao Wei. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. This man not only had the cultivation of a 7-star combat emperor, but also mastered a superior auxiliary combat art. He was a terrifying figure. But for him, it was nothing to worry about. But this Zhao Wei, who was he in the inner palace of Yunzhou? And why were all these people heading to the depths of the mountain? Let's go and have a look. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. But before he could take a step, the image crystal in his arms rang. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Who would send him a message? The old master? Ren Wushuang? He took out the image crystal and hesitated. If it was the old master, he would definitely be scolded. After thinking for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and entered the castle. Battle Qi gushed out from his palm and into the image crystal. The shadow of an old man suddenly appeared. It was the old master. Moreover, the old man was currently fuming with rage, and he looked very angry. Qin Feiyang calmed down and asked in confusion. Old master, what are you doing? Who made you like this? Who? The old master was so angry that he laughed and shouted. Get back here right now! Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'm sorry, I have something urgent outside. I'm afraid I can't go back now. If you have something to say, just tell me. Something urgent? The old master sneered and said, Are you in Yuzhou now? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't even have the coordinates. How can I go to Yuzhou? The old master said in a low voice. Didn't Yin Yuanming tell you? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. With your orders, would he dare to tell me? The old master said. Then where are you now? Well, Qin Feiyang hesitated and smiled. It's a secret for now. Anyway, I'm not in Yinzhou. The old man's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice. Brat, if this old man finds out that you're lying, you'll definitely suffer when you come back. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. He pretended to be in a hurry and said, I have to go take care of something. Let's talk about it when I have time. Then, he turned off the image crystal. Wolf King opened his eyes and gloated. You'll definitely suffer when you get back. How did I know a bastard like you? Qin Feiyang was instantly enraged. I've been thinking about this as well. Why did God want me to meet a jinx like you? You see, ever since I met you, this trouble has never stopped. Brother, you're really asking for trouble. Wolf King sighed. I'll endure it. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and lowered his head to ponder. Although Wolf King was a bastard, what he said made sense. Although the old man didn't know that he was in Yunzhou, there was no guarantee that the old man wouldn't come to Yunzhou to inquire. Even if the old man didn't come, if he caused a big commotion in Yunzhou and the old man heard about it, he would still be in trouble when he returned. It seemed that he had to think of a way. Fatso said, Boss, it's very simple. As long as you change your appearance and conceal your identity, the old man won't find out. That's what I thought. Qin Feiyang nodded. He took out an illusion pill and changed into the appearance of a weak young man. Then, he changed into linen clothes. How is it? Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked. Perfect. Fatso chuckled. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you want to go out with me? Fatso thought for a moment and said, I've been in seclusion for so long. It's good to go out and get some fresh air. Then, he also took an illusion pill and changed his appearance slightly. However, he was still Fatso and looked more wretched than before. Wolf King hurriedly said, Brother wants to go too. No. Qin Feiyang flatly refused. What a joke. Whether they could win the 9 States war depended on the white-eyed wolf. How could he let it go out and cause trouble? It was a waste of time. Wolf King immediately jumped up and roared. If Fatso can go out, why can't I go out? Sigh. You know what my wish is. I must win the Nine States War. So, please bear with it for now. When the Nine States War starts, I will accompany you to cause trouble. Qin Feiyang sighed. Wolf King raised his eyebrows and lay on the ground weakly, saying, You said it. If you don't keep your word, don't blame me for falling out with you. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the ancient castle with Fatso. However, when the two of them appeared in the forest, two black-clothed youths ran out from the forest behind them. Who are you? Why are you here? The two of them came before Qin Feiyang and Fatso with a trace of hostility between their brows. Yo! Fatso sized up the two of them and sneered. How dare you yell at Fat Lord? Are you looking for a beating? The two of them were only two-star combat emperors. For the current Qin Feiyang and Fatso, they could crush them with a single finger. Fatty's reprimand caused the two of them to be somewhat stunned. Did this fat pig not have eyes? Didn't he see that they were inner palace disciples? How dare he be so arrogant in front of them? Who was the one looking for a beating? After regaining their senses, the two of them darkened their eyes. What? Do you really want to fight? Come, come, come! Fat Lord will fight with both of his hands. Fatso raised his nose to the sky and hooked his finger at the two of them. It was a provocative gesture. Damn Fatso, you really don't know what's good for you. The two of them were enraged. Their aura exploded and they pounced at Fatso. You really want to fight? You're overestimating yourself. Fatso shook his head and raised his index finger, waving it in the air. His posture was as annoying as it could get. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, Don't mess around. Take them down. I have something to ask them. Understood. Fatso chuckled and stretched out both of his hands. The fat on his body jiggled. You want to fight with us like this? As Qin Feiyang and Fatso had concealed their aura, the two black-clothed youths looked at them with disdain. One looked weak, and the other was as fat as a pig. How strong could they be? But in the next moment, the two of them were dumbfounded. Fatso easily grabbed their wrists. It looked like he didn't use any strength, but no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. So strong? How was this possible? The two of them were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed beside Fatso. He looked at the two of them and said, Tell me, what are you doing in this mountain range? You don't know? The two black-clothed youths were stunned. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and Fatso as if they were looking at monsters. If I tell you to answer, then answer. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you want to die? The fatty lazily looked at the two of them, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Die? Are you joking? Do you know who we are? Let me tell you, we are disciples of the inner palace. How dare you threaten us? How arrogant! However, the two of them were not afraid at all. They had nothing to fear. Fatso glanced at the two of them and sneered. It seems that if I don't get serious, you won't be honest. If you have the guts, why don't you try? I promise you, if you really dare to make a move, this will be your burial ground. The two of them laughed disdainfully. Really? Then Fat Lord really wants to try. Fatso chuckled. His 10 fingers suddenly contracted. Accompanied by 2 cracking sounds, their wrists were crushed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The two of them screamed on the spot. Their faces were distorted from the pain. Fatso's hands shot out like lightning and firmly grabbed their necks. He hung them in the air and laughed. Do you believe me now? Bastard! You really ate the guts of a leopard. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Today, everyone in this mountain range is from the inner palace. If you know what's good for you, let us go immediately. Otherwise, as long as we shout, even the gods can't save you. The two of them growled, their eyes full of murderous intent. That's simple. I'll make you unable to shout. Isn't that enough? The corner of Fatso's mouth lifted and his 5 fingers exerted force. The two of them suddenly felt suffocated. They grabbed Fatso's wrists with both hands and struggled desperately. There was also a trace of pleading in their eyes. Fatso chuckled. How is it? Are you willing to tell me now? The two of them nodded repeatedly. Fatso loosened his hands and said, Tell me, why are the people of the inner palace here? Senior brother Zhao Wei, there are outsiders invading. Come and save us. One of the black-clothed youths suddenly roared. His voice was like a bell that resounded through the sky. You're courting death. Fatso's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He exerted force with both hands and the two of them instantly flushed red. Outsiders invading? Who has the guts to break in here? The people who were wandering around or fighting with the ferocious beasts immediately rushed over. At the same time, high up in the sky, a black figure, like lightning, cut through the sky, full of murderous intent. It was Zhao Wei. Qin Feiyang glanced around and frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, he brought Fatso and the two of them into the castle. Immediately, Fatso's 5 fingers tightened and crushed the throat of one of them. Then, he looked at the other and said coldly, Answer us immediately. You really killed them? Seeing this, that person's face instantly turned pale and said, Okay, I'll talk. After this person's explanation, Qin Feiyang realized that this was indeed an experience. The Great War of the 9 States was about to begin. Not only was the spiritual state preparing, but so was the cloud state. However, unlike the spiritual state, the cloud state's mansion master allowed the inner palace disciples to fight. On one hand, it was to hone their temperament and increase their combat experience. On the other hand, it was to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit and competitiveness. This place was called the Spirit Cloud Mountains, the border between the spiritual state and the cloud state. Not only were the Spirit Cloud Mountains densely packed with beasts, but it was also very vast. Even a combat master would need several months to cross the mountains. And this place was only the border area. In order to avoid being disturbed, the Cloud State Mansion Master also personally ordered that before the end of the experience, no one except the Inner Palace disciples was allowed to step into the mountains. There were even a large number of guards at the entrance of the Spirit Cloud Mountains to prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking into the mountains. In other words, this was now the exclusive venue for the Inner Palace disciples to train. Most importantly, in order to motivate everyone, the Cloud State Mansion Master also hid 2 treasures in the mountains. Chapter 511. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other, and their eyes lit up at the same time. The treasures hidden by the Lord of a State must be extraordinary. Fatso asked, What treasures are they? The black-clothed young man quickly said, Superior Auxiliary Combat Art, 4th Grade Alchemy Fire. 4th Grade Alchemy Fire! Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? They actually encountered a 4th Grade Alchemy Fire as soon as they arrived? Without a doubt, they were tempted. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you know where these 2 treasures are hidden? I don't know and no one knows. But according to everyone's guess, they are most likely hidden in the depths of the mountains. Because there are many powerful beasts in the depths of the mountains. Only by hiding there can they serve as a test. The black-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this was the reason why Zhao Wei and the others had rushed to the depths of the mountains. Fatty said. Then among the people participating in the training this time, other than Zhao Wei, who else is stronger? You don't even know this? Are you really from the Yun State? The black-clothed young man glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others in surprise. Fatso's eyes turned cold, and he shouted. Just answer when I ask you to answer. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The black-clothed young man's eyes trembled and he quickly said, Zhao Wei's strength is ranked 10th in the inner hall. 10th! Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. Zhao Wei was a 7-star combat emperor, but he was only ranked 10th. Fatso asked, What are the other 9 people's cultivation levels? 3 1-star combat ancestors. 3 9-star combat emperors. 3 8-star combat emperors. There are 11 7-star combat emperors and Zhao Wei's strength is ranked 1st. I heard that he is about to become an 8-star combat emperor, the black-clothed young man said. So strong! Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, Where are they now? They have rushed to the depths of the mountains. After the black-clothed young man finished speaking, he asked in horror, Can you let me go now? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fatso with a cold glint in his eyes. Fatso understood. His 5 fingers suddenly contracted, and with a crack, he crushed the throat of the black-clothed youth. Very soon, the black-clothed youth breathed his last. Fatso tossed the black-clothed young man onto the ground and asked, Boss, how is the overall strength of the inner palace of the spiritual state? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I only know the general situation of the Pill-Fire Hall. I've never been to the Cultivation Hall. In the Pill-Fire Palace, other than the mysterious king in the number 1 alchemy room, only Wu Yan and Su Yang were 7-star combat emperors. However, it didn't mean that the spiritual state was weaker than the cloud state. After all, the Pill-Fire Hall was filled with alchemists, while the Cultivation Hall was where warriors gathered. There was no lack of experts there. However, this had nothing to do with him for the time being. What he needed to do now was to find the 4th-grade alchemy fire. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang said to Fatso, Disguise yourself as them. It'll be easier to do things. Fatso nodded. The two took out the illusion pills, changed their appearances, and put on the clothes of the 2 black-clothed youths. Then they waited. When the commotion outside disappeared, Qin Feiyang and Fatso took the 2 corpses and left the castle. Bury them quickly, Qin Feiyang said to Fatso, then raised his head and looked around vigilantly. There was no one around. However, the sounds of battle in the distance were endless. At the same time, Fatso waved his hand, and his battle aura gushed out, blasting a deep pit and burying the 2 in no time. Then, the 2 retracted their aura and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. No one knew the location of the alchemy fire. They could either find it by luck or wait for others to find it and snatch it with their strength. Qin Feiyang chose the second option, because it was a waste of time to find it. Not long after, Qin Feiyang and Fatso came to a river. Ma-san, Zhang Lu, why are you here? As soon as they jumped to the other side of the river, a surprised voice came from the jungle next to them. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other, and a trace of anger suddenly appeared in their eyes. Before killing the 2 people, they forgot to ask for their names. Now they didn't know if the people in the jungle were talking to them. But in order not to arouse suspicion, the 2 stopped and turned to look at the jungle. Soon, a man and a woman came out of the jungle. The man was wearing a white robe, and the woman was wearing a black dress, with a small arrow embroidered on her chest, and her body was stained with blood. It was enough to show that the man was an alchemist. Coming to Qin Feiyang and Fatso, the man in white frowned and said, I asked you a question, why don't you answer? Yes, didn't you say that there were outsiders invading? Where are they? The woman in black also asked. Qin Feiyang and Fatso's eyes flashed. It turned out that he was really calling them. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and apologized. I'm really sorry, we were dazzled just now and scared you. Dazzled? The man and the woman were slightly stunned. Following which, their faces were filled with anger. The man in white scolded angrily. How can you be dazzled? Why don't you go to hell? Yes, we were worried for nothing. The woman in black also looked disgusted. Seeing their faces, Fatso raised his eyebrows and said angrily, It's just a misunderstanding. You don't have to make it sound so bad. Yo! The man in white looked up and down at Fatso and sneered. Zhang Lu, you've got guts. How dare you talk to me like this? Who do you think you are? Fatso crossed his arms and looked at him disdainfully. The man in white's eyes darkened and his face was full of hostility. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly pushed Fatso behind him. He looked at the man in white and said with a smile, Zhang Lu is also very angry now, so his words are a bit harsh. Senior brother, please be magnanimous and don't bother with him. I don't have time to bother with trash like you. I'll give you a word of advice. This Spirit Cloud Mountain is very dangerous. You have to be careful. The man in white looked at Qin Feiyang and Fatso with contempt, and then said something meaningful. Then, he turned around and rushed into the depths of the mountain with the woman in black. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Isn't this person too arrogant? Boss, are we just going to let them leave like this? Fatso stared at the backs of the two, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. There's still a long way to go. There's no hurry. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked into the depths of the mountain. Fatso followed and asked puzzledly, Boss, why do you think he's so arrogant? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, It should be because he's an alchemist. TCH. Fatso immediately showed a look of disdain. Don't underestimate anyone. Uncle Yuan has told me more than once that no matter how strong or weak the opponent is, I have to go all out. Qin Feiyang said. Fat Lord also understands this. He's so arrogant in front of others, Fat Lord won't say anything. But he actually dares to be so arrogant in front of you. He really doesn't know how much weight he has. Fatso sneered. Mentality is the most important. Why don't you just treat him as a clown? Qin Feiyang laughed. Fatso was stunned. He pondered for a moment and laughed. After hearing what you said, I feel much better. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Bang! Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound and the roar of a beast came from somewhere in front. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. They immediately used their full speed and rushed towards the place where the sound came from. On the way, they met more than 10 young men and women. There were alchemists in white and warriors in black. Their strength was above the 2-star combat emperor. The strongest was a 4-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang and Fatso slowed down and gradually approached. Fatso ran to a woman in white and whispered, Senior sister, what happened? I don't know either. The woman in white turned her head and glanced at him, shaking her head. Next, more and more people gathered here, their faces filled with bewilderment. The arrogant man and woman from before were also in the crowd. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud sound exploded like a clap of thunder. At the same time, a destructive wave of battle enveloped them. Kacha! In front of them, large trees were turned into ashes. A few hundred zhang tall mountains were razed to the ground in an instant. Dust covered the sky and covered the sun. Such a strong aura! Who exactly is fighting? Could it be that they found the alchemy, fire, and battle arts? Everyone was very surprised. After 10 breaths, Qin Feiyang and Fatso blended into the crowd and came to a small hill, looking forward. Immediately, the two of them saw a black-clothed man who was locked in a fierce battle with a giant black scorpion. That giant scorpion was more than 20 meters long. Its whole body was as if it was cast with divine iron, indestructible. Especially its giant tail, it was raised high like a pitch-black python, baring its fangs and choosing its prey. And the man fighting with the giant scorpion was Zhao Wei. A man and a beast were fighting in the void. The destructive waves rolled in all directions, crushing everything. Those below the level of a 6-star combat emperor couldn't get within 100 meters of them. Strange! Someone whispered. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look. A young man in black stood beside him. He was very short, only about 1.6 meters tall. His body was very thin, and he looked very ugly. But at this moment, he was looking at Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion fighting with a puzzled face. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but ask, What's strange? Why are we here? The young man in black asked. Qin Feiyang said, Of course we are here to find the alchemy, fire, and battle arts. Yes, since we are here to find the alchemy, fire, and battle arts, we should try our best to avoid unnecessary trouble. And this giant scorpion's strength is on par with senior brother Zhao Wei. It is obviously a big trouble. But why does senior brother Zhao Wei want to fight it to the end? The young man in black frowned. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be that there are treasures nearby? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang whispered to Fatso next to him. Quickly look around. Look for what? Fatso was stunned. Of course we are looking for treasures, Qin Feiyang said. Hearing the word treasures, Fatso's eyes lit up. Immediately, the two of them split up to search. Chapter 512. As for the others, they were all attracted by the battle between Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion. Their eyes were burning with passion. That giant scorpion was definitely a 9-star combat emperor, but Zhao Wei was not at a disadvantage at all. He was really tough. Boom! Crack! An ear-splitting noise resounded through the sky. More and more people were rushing in this direction. Among them, there was no lack of experts who could rival Zhao Wei. But all of this had nothing to do with Qin Feiyang and Fatso. The two of them shuttled through the mountain forest, looking everywhere they looked, not letting go of any suspicious things. A moment later, Qin Feiyang stood on the top of the mountain, scanning the area below, his brows tightly knitted together. Along the way, he had only found some ordinary herbs. There was no sign of a rare treasure at all. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Buzz! Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms rang. Who sent me a message this time? Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. After pondering for a while, he ignored it. If it was the old man, he would definitely be scolded again. What's more, now was not the time to talk. But when he was about to jump down from the top of the mountain and search elsewhere, the image crystal rang again. Who is it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, entered the castle, took out the image crystal, and poured his battle chi into it. An illusory figure quickly appeared. It turned out that it was not the old man, but a young man in black. It was Zhang Lu, who was transformed by Fatso. Fatso frowned and said, Boss, what the hell are you doing? Why didn't you answer my message? Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile. I thought it was the old man. How is it, did you find anything? It seems that you have a phobia of the old man. Fatso smiled playfully. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, Cut the crap, let's get down to business. Fatso said, I found a magical little tree, but I don't know what it is. What little tree? Qin Feiyang was surprised. For Fatso to call it miraculous, it was definitely not simple. Fatso said, The small tree is only about 1 meter tall. Its leaves and trunk are fiery red. There are also 3 red fruits on it. Fruit? Fiery red? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. It did sound quite magical. Next, he began to search through his memories. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Fatso and asked, Do the 3 fruits all look like human hearts? How did you know? Fatso asked in surprise. Haha. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with fanaticism as he said, Damn Fatso, you really found a rare treasure. What is that? Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said, Tell me where you are. I'll go find you right away. Fatso said, I'm on top of a mountain. There are a lot of black stones on the edge of the mountain. They are quite big. You can find them if you look carefully. Okay, you pick the 3 fruits first, then hide and wait for me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he directly turned off the image crystal. At this time, Lin Yi opened her eyes and warned, Brother Feiyang, be careful. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang turned his head and smiled slightly at Lin Yi, then left the castle. He stood on the top of the mountain and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he found the mountain that Fatso mentioned. The mountain peak was 500 to 600 meters high, with cliffs and shrubs. At the edge of the mountain peak, there were indeed a lot of black stones piled up. Qin Feiyang looked up again. The place where Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei fought was about 1 mile away from the mountain peak. It seemed that it was difficult to determine the winner between the two. There should be enough time. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Qin Feiyang turned into a stream of light, shuttled through the dense forest, and went straight to the mountain peak. Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei were still fighting, and they didn't notice him at all. After a dozen breaths, Qin Feiyang finally came to the top of the mountain. This place was full of rocks and weeds. Among the weeds, a small red tree swayed in the wind, exuding a hazy brilliance. On the small tree, 3 plump fruits hung, exuding a strong fragrance. But seeing the small tree and fruits, the joy in Qin Feiyang's heart was instantly diluted. His face was extremely gloomy. Because beside the small tree, there was not only Fatso but also another person. It was the black-clothed young man who had warned him before, the one with the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. This person and Fatso stood opposite each other, looking at each other with vigilance. Seeing Qin Feiyang coming up, the black-shirted youth's eyes flashed with surprise. "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang walked to Fatso's side and frowned. "I was about to listen to you and pick these fruits, but this person came up. Although he is only a 3-star combat emperor and I can easily kill him, if I do, Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei will definitely notice. So, we are in a stalemate," Fatso whispered. Qin Feiyang looked up at the black-shirted youth and said with a faint smile, "You can't judge a book by its cover. This sentence is indeed correct. Aren't you the same? In the inner palace, you too were timid and afraid of trouble. I didn't expect you to be so smart and react faster than me." The black-shirted youth laughed. Timid and afraid of trouble? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. It seemed that Ma San and Zhang Lu didn't have a good life in the inner palace. But he and Fatso couldn't be compared with these two people. Qin Feiyang asked, "What do you want?" The black-shirted youth said without hesitation, "Everyone who sees it will get a share." Qin Feiyang said, "Do you know what these fruits are?" "Do you know?" the black-shirted youth asked. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. He wanted to test this person. If he didn't know, he could just give him some benefits and get rid of him. However, this person wasn't stupid. Obviously, he had the same plan as him. Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, what are these fruits?" Qin Feiyang didn't answer him. He looked at the black-shirted youth and said, "If you can tell us the information about these fruits, we will share them equally." "Ma San, do you think I am a fool? Even if I don't tell you, you will still get the fruits. Otherwise, as long as I roar, the giant scorpion and Zhao Wei won't let you go." The black-shirted youth sneered. "He Jiao." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and remembered this name. He nodded and said, "Okay, we will share these 3 fruits equally. You should have done this long ago. What a waste of time." Hijio laughed and walked toward the small tree. Fatso and Qin Feiyang also walked forward at the same time. But at this moment, another white figure quietly came to the top of the mountain. It seemed that he was also looking for something. This was a white-shirted youth. He was about 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and had an extraordinary temperament. When this person saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, when he saw the small tree and the fruits, his face suddenly became wild with joy. "This is mine! None of you can touch it!" The white-shirted youth shouted, and a terrifying pressure suddenly rushed toward the 3 of them. Hijio was imprisoned in the void on the spot. Qin Feiyang and Fatso also changed their expressions. After opening the gate of potential, this pressure didn't pose any threat to them. However, the strength of this pressure allowed them to determine the cultivation of this person. It was a 7-star combat emperor. This person's strength was secondary. The most important thing was that once this person released his pressure, Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion would definitely be alerted. As expected, the giant scorpion and Zhao Wei immediately stopped fighting and turned to look at the top of the mountain. "Bastard! Damn it!" the giant scorpion roared. Zhao Wei roared. Whoosh! A man and a beast pierced through the sky and rushed toward the top of the mountain. The white-shirted youth's pressure not only alerted them, but also the people around them. They all looked at the top of the mountain in surprise. And they all rose into the sky and rushed toward the top of the mountain at the first moment. "Boss, what should we do?" Fatso frowned. The strongest among these people was a 7-star combat emperor. They weren't afraid. However, if they were to fight seriously, their hidden cultivation would be exposed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. You three trash want to get your hands on this rare treasure. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At the same time, the white-shirted youth also rushed toward the small tree. His eyes were full of contempt as he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. In an instant, he landed beside the small tree. However, he turned a blind eye to Qin Feiyang and the other two who were at the side. He directly raised his head to look at Zhao Wei and said with a smile, Zhao Wei, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that such a treasure was hidden here. I really have to thank you properly. How dare you? Zhao Wei roared, his face full of anxiety. I wanted to leave one for you, but after hearing what you said, if I don't take all of them, wouldn't it make me look incompetent? In that case, I won't be polite. The white-shirted youth smiled mockingly and looked down at the three fruits. His eyes were full of greed. Immediately, he reached out his big hand and grabbed the fruits without hesitation. His face also showed a bright smile. Fatso and Hijio were also anxious. Especially Hijio. The fruits were already in his mouth, but they fell into the hands of others. He was very unwilling. The white-shirted youth was about to grab the fruits. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he sneered. Do you really think that these three fruits are in your bag? The white-shirted youth was shocked and instinctively looked at Qin Feiyang. At that moment, he saw Qin Feiyang raise his arm and slap him. How is this possible? The white-shirted youth showed a look of disbelief. Wasn't he imprisoned by the pressure? How could he still move? But this person's temperament was not bad and he came back to his senses in an instant. There was still a trace of contempt in his eyes. A cowardly trash dares to be rash in front of me? You're courting death! He sneered and the big hand that reached for the fruits suddenly turned in the air and slapped Qin Feiyang's arm. Battle chi gushed out of his palm. There was also a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. I'd like to see who's the one courting death? Qin Feiyang sneered and a flaming battle chi also emerged from his palm. Boom! In a flash, the two big hands met with a loud bang. Puff! Immediately, both of them took half a step back and their faces were a little pale. How is this possible? The white-shirted youth was dumbfounded. Hijio's eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe it. Wasn't this Ma San a 2-star combat emperor? When did he become so strong? Hee. Chapter 513. Fat pig, you're courting death! The man in white was so anxious that his eyes turned red. His aura exploded. He took a step towards Fatso and stretched out his hand like an eagle's claw towards Fatso's head. Hee! Fatso wasn't worried at all. He sneered and hid behind Qin Feiyang. You're the one courting death! Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. He didn't want to kill him. However, this man tried to kill him again and again. Did he think that Qin Feiyang was afraid of him? Void returning art, void splitting. He pointed a finger in the air, and an invisible force roared in all directions, covering the sky and the earth as it pounced towards the white-robed man. The murderous intent was bone-piercing. Boom! In an instant, the man in white was drowned by the invisible force. His skin and flesh were torn open and blood splattered everywhere. He let out a shrill scream. So powerful! Hijio saw this and his face was full of fear. He started to run away without looking back. Weren't you arrogant before? Why are you running away now? Fatso laughed and kept the three fruits in his Jianquan pouch. He then chased after Hijio. Hand over the fruits! At this moment, an angry roar exploded and resounded through the heavens and earth. Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei came at the same time. Their target was Fatso. Damn, I just took 3 fruits from you. Is there a need to risk your life like this? Fatso's expression changed and he quickly retreated behind Qin Feiyang to seek protection. When Qin Feiyang was a 3-star combat emperor, he dared to fight Dong Qing, who was a 6-star combat emperor. However, Fatso didn't have the guts. Although he was a 5-star combat emperor and had mastered a perfect combat art, he didn't have the courage to face Zhao Wei, who was a 7-star combat emperor, and Giant Scorpion, who was a 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang felt helpless about this. However, after being together for so long, he was used to it. Swoosh! Zhao Wei swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He said, "Hand it over now and I'll spare your lives." In the meantime, the giant scorpion was also hovering above Qin Feiyang and Huang Xiaolong's heads. It said angrily, "You must hand it over to me. If you dare to hand it over to them, you will also die." The man in white, who had been severely injured by Qin Feiyang, suddenly raised his head and looked at the giant scorpion. He shouted, "Beast, don't be so arrogant. I'll take care of you after I've dealt with these two trash." After saying this, he took out a healing pill and threw it into his mouth. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other man with an extremely cold gaze. The others also rushed over, but none of them dared to approach. They surrounded the mountain peak in the air and discussed animatedly. The extremely arrogant man and woman who were originally by the river were also among the crowd. But at this moment, the two of them were dumbfounded. Did Ma San and Zhang Lu eat the guts of a leopard? He actually dared to steal Zhao Wei's things? "Boss, let's get out of here quickly. After a while, the 3 8-star combat emperors, 9-star combat emperors and 1-star combat ancestors will definitely come. It will be even more troublesome then." Fatso hid behind Qin Feiyang. His face was full of fear. "You're a 5-star combat emperor now. Can't you have some ambition?" Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. With Fatso's current strength, he was completely capable of competing with Zhao Wei. But when this guy encountered such a situation, the first thing he thought of was to escape. What a useless do! That's right! Fat Lord is also a 5-star combat emperor now. What's there to be afraid of? Fatso was stunned, and a trace of confidence appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang was about to say that he had a whole new level of respect for Fatso, but Fatso was very disappointing. He immediately shrunk and said in a low voice, "Boss, this has nothing to do with ambition. Fat Lord is thinking about safety. Get lost!" Qin Feiyang angrily shouted in a low voice. He looked at Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion and laughed. "You all want it. Then who should I give it to? What? You still dare to be arrogant?" The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. This Ma San must be tired of living. At the same time, they were puzzled. What exactly did Ma San and Zhang Lu snatch to make Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion so angry? Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion looked at Qin Feiyang and were also puzzled. In the past, when this person saw them, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Why was he so abnormal now? He was like a different person. Especially his strength, it was at a completely different level from before. Zhao Wei's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the man in white and sneered. "Liang Cheng, are you very arrogant? Now if you have the ability, go and get the fruit back. Don't provoke me. It's useless." Liang Cheng sneered. Zhao Wei said, "The fruit was lost in your hands. Shouldn't you do it?" The scar was exposed. Liang Cheng suddenly became angry out of shame. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you!" But at this time, the giant scorpion roared. Its ferocious roar shook the mountains and rivers. Then, its dark giant tail was raised high. A transparent liquid spurted out from the tip and shot toward Qin Feiyang. Obviously, it had lost its patience. "Not good, this is its venom." Fatso's face changed. "Humph!" Qin Feiyang snorted. He raised his hand and waved. A flame battle-chi soared into the sky and lit up half of the sky. At this moment, the venom was constantly evaporated. "Do it!" Zhao Wei growled. His battle-chi surged and he rushed toward Qin Feiyang without hesitation. Liang Cheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He took another healing pill and immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He grabbed Fatso and rushed into the sky, rushing toward the depths of the mountains. Don't try to escape! Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion roared again and again. They chased after Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. Fatso asked. Boss, why don't we go to the castle? Qin Feiyang said. They are already suspecting us. If we go to the castle, won't we be completely exposed? Makes sense. Fatso nodded and laughed. Boss, what exactly is that fruit? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Heart-protecting fruit. Heart-protecting fruit? Fatso frowned, his face full of doubt. You are an alchemist after all. You don't even know about the heart-protecting fruit. Aren't you embarrassed? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Fatso said angrily, Ever since I followed you, when have you seen Fat Lord refining pills? Fat Lord sometimes doesn't even remember that he is an alchemist. All right, I'll take it that I misspoke. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said, You should know about the heart-protecting pill. Fatso said, Of course Fat Lord knows about this. It is recorded in the alchemy scripture. Speaking of this, Fatso's eyes trembled, and he said in surprise, Could it be? Even if you don't refine pills, shouldn't you carefully read the alchemy scripture? Qin Feiyang really didn't know what to say. The alchemy scripture was in the castle. If he took the time to read it, how could he be as ignorant as he was now? The heart-protecting pill has the miraculous effect of repairing the heart. The heart-protecting fruit is the main ingredient to refine the heart-protecting pill. Qin Feiyang explained. I'll go. Fat Lord was strange. Why did he go crazy when he saw this fruit? It turns out that it is the main ingredient to refine the heart-protecting pill. Fatso suddenly understood, and then became excited again. He had just arrived in Yunzhou, and not only did he have the news of the 4th grade pill fire, but he also obtained 3 heart-protecting fruits. The Cloud State was truly a blessed land. And? Suddenly, Fatty frowned again and said, Since the heart-protecting fruit is so miraculous, shouldn't we dig that small tree away too? Qin Feiyang asked. Why? Fatso said. Of course, to wait for it to bloom and bear fruit next time. It's not that easy. That small tree needs 30 years to bear fruit. Can you afford to wait? Besides, even if you dig it out, where are you going to plant it? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. 30 years? Fatso was a little stunned, shook his head and said, Forget it. Today, 30 years later, he didn't even know whether he was alive or dead. What was the use of this thing? Besides, they now had the fire of life. The heart-protecting pill was actually not so important. But it could be sold at a good price. In this world, who would refuse money? Human, if you don't stop, I will let you die without a burial place. Ma-san, Zhang Lu, you can't escape. If you know what's good for you, hand it over obediently. Considering that we are from the same sect, we can consider letting you go. That's right. If you continue to be stubborn, even if you escape here, you will still die when you return to the inner hall. Furthermore, you will die miserably. Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei chased closely behind. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the 2 people and the beast. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to face Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei, his eyes shining with a shocking cold light. That's right. Hand over the fruit. Zhao Wei and Zhao Wei sneered. Fatso said disdainfully, Hand it over? Are you guys dreaming? Then don't blame us for being merciless. Their gazes turned cold and they immediately performed battle arts. Waves of destructive aura suddenly rolled out in this world. Kill! With a shout, 2 battle arts cut through the sky and blasted towards Qin Feiyang and Zhao Wei. Giant Scorpion was not to be outdone. Its massive body trembled and a vast battle chi roared out, turning into a gigantic wave that covered the sky and overturned mountains and seas. Fatso shrunk his neck and said obsequiously, Boss, hurry and show them a few moves. Let them see how strong you are. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, but there was a murderous intent spreading out from his body. At that moment, he was like an awakening god of war. Fatso chuckled and retreated to the side. Zhao Wei and Zhao Wei's battle arts and Giant Scorpion's battle chi were about to reach Qin Feiyang. Right at this moment. Boom! The killing intent hidden in Qin Feiyang's body erupted completely. His thick black hair danced behind his head and his clothes rustled. With an incomparably cold expression, he was like a fiend god that was daunting. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. All of a sudden, he raised his arm and pointed forward. Ultimate ruin! An invisible force suddenly appeared and rushed towards the battle arts and battle chi with a destructive aura. Boom! Immediately, a deafening sound rang out in the void. A shocking scene suddenly appeared. The seemingly powerful battle arts and battle chi were crushed into pieces by the invisible force like withered wood. They could not withstand a single blow. Puff! Zhao Wei and Zhao Wei spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their faces turned pale. Giant Scorpion's massive body was also trembling non-stop. Its millstone-sized eyes were filled with weakness. How is that possible? When those people who followed along saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but be filled with shock. However, it was not over yet. After the invisible force destroyed the battle arts and battle chi, it rushed towards Zhao Wei and Giant Scorpion. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.